Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Welcome. It is May 9. We're going to call this meeting to order. As we begin this meeting, it's important to pay respect and to acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Ohlone, Castanoan, and Esalen people, and additionally pay respect to elders both past and present. Let's get a roll call.
Well, absolutely. President Swanson.
Present.
Dr. Hazen.
Here.
Trustee McNary is absent. Trustee Otmar is absent, but on her way. And Trustee Swanson. Here.
Perfect. Okay. Let's move right into, I'll have more to say later, but a really wonderful time of the year and for our retiree recognition ceremony and reception.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh. Claudia Arellano, Director of Human Resources, and today is a very special occasion and a very special time for the district. It is important for the Board of Education to recognize employees who have dedicated themselves to this district. For this reason, the Board of Education has adopted the Ingratitude program to recognize retirees. Tonight, Ingratitude honors 23 retirees who have given their district a combined total of 483 years of service. Yes, you heard that right. So let me highlight and break it down a little bit more for you. One of them gave us over 40 years of service. 5 of them gave us over 30 years of service. 7 of them gave us over 20 years of service. And 6 of them gave us over 10 years of service. Their hard work ethic, pride, and dedication over the years has made a tremendous impact in our students' education. Their stories and long careers matter. It is then an honor to present to you tonight's honorees who have day in and day out made our district a better place. I would like to ask the different site administrators to join me up here in the podium so that we can present plaques to our retirees. I'm going to ask that you please hold your applause until the end. So I will begin with John Anderson.
Good evening. So I've unfortunately only had about 2 years with Efren Torres. Efren Torres is retiring, and he put about 10.5 years in with the district. And I would like to say that he was very crucial at getting those 68 trees that fell last year, my first year here, taken care of. It was a big lift, literally, and we appreciate him greatly for all his service.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Barb Martinez. I'm the principal of Pacific Grove Adult School and oversee state preschool over at the David Avenue site. And I have 4 retirees to recognize this evening. The first is Renee Agnacion. He's our custodian, been with us for 25 years. And we just want to say thank you to him for his unwavering dedication and big-hearted spirit. He's humble, and his pride in his work and the way he treats our campus as his own home truly shines through. And we're so grateful to have him as part of our adult school family. We're going to miss him tremendously. Wow. So Diane Barone is my next retiree that I want to honor. I truly honor you, Diane. Thank you so much for your dedication and 20 wonderful years to teaching our littles. Your passion for preschool education has a lasting impact on generations of families in the community. Your commitment to excellence has not only been recognized by our district, but also by the county as a model program for quality matters. Your influence and care will always be remembered and cherished, Diane. Just think, the kids you had 20 years ago are now having babies of their own. Think of how many littles you've touched over the years. Thank you very much. Prakash has 35.5 years in the district, starting always with state preschool, working with Kathy Tyndall, right? And then the second with Diane. Yes. So wow, you've been such a gift, not only supporting Diane these past 20 years, but supporting young children in the district for 35.5 years. Truly dedication. And when asked when she was asked what she would miss most about her retirement, she said, I'm going to miss being part of a team and the being involved with the growing children of the community. I've enjoyed working with the staff and most importantly, the satisfaction of being part of the children's development. We try to make every day the best day ever, and that she does. So congratulations, Prakash. And finally, last but not least, you know, we have Lorraine Gonzalez working with our ATP program, Adult Transitions Program, right, at the adult school. I want to say thank you to Lorraine for her incredible dedication and commitment to the Adult Transitions Program for the past 9 years. Her hard work and support for our neurodiverse students have truly made a difference, and we've learned so much from her in developing our own Independence Pathway program for adults with disabilities at the adult school. She's going to be greatly missed, and we wish the best for her in the future.
Buck and I will be presenting together for Forest Grove. Two of our retirees I never had the pleasure of meeting, and Buck was their last admin. So he's going to be presenting them. But the employee that I'd love to present is Shirley Yushikoff. She has served PGUSD for over 40 years. Her role provided classroom support to our third graders most recently at Forest Grove in a role as classroom aide. And she's also been helping the high school library out as a library tech. She has been a great support to classrooms over the years, and our students will miss her in small group time in third grade. We wish her a restful and relaxing retirement.
I have the pleasure of saying a few words about Catherine Yant first. Catherine was a fifth grade teacher at Forest Grove. And I think that when you think of Catherine, you have to think about how much she loved her children as much as she loved her pets. That she trained service dogs, and they always became a part of the campus family and also a part of the classroom family. She was a huge Giants fan. I'm talking about her like in the past tense. She is a huge Giants fan, and I think the only thing that gives her more joy than a Giants win is watching the children learn. So it was a pleasure to work with Catherine, and I know that there might be no one happier in retirement than possibly the next person I'm going to talk about, who is Shannon McCarty. Shannon is a first grade teacher at Forest Grove, and Shannon also served several years as the PGTA president. So I had the pleasure and the opportunity to work with Shannon in a couple of different roles. Shannon brought great life and humor to every single day that she has been teaching at Forest Grove. And one of the things that was really evident when you would walk into Shannon's room is just how much she truly enjoyed being around the children. And so I wish Shannon and Stacy the very best of a retirement. It was a pleasure to be able to serve their entire family as their kids went through schools that I happen to be principal at too. So thank you.
I perhaps am not the most ideal person to talk about retirement, but I'm going to anyway. I did get the HR director did warn me to stay brief, and then sent the superintendent to then reiterate to me to stay brief. And then the personnel specialist also warned me. Then anyway, so I took what I wrote and I reduced it and edited it down. I had lots of stories to share, but I have to share that David Jones has been teaching at Robert Down for 20 years, doing third grade in room 5. His ability to connect with people, his sense of humor comes across immediately when you work with David. But I've also noticed a compassion and a quiet grace that comes across when he works with kids, and in particularly with parents. And it's much, much appreciated. Just last year, I hear that 2 of his former students actually invited him to their wedding. And you can imagine that they would consider the third grade teacher special enough that they would want him to come to their wedding. So that is the sort of impact that David has had We do wish Mr. Jones the very best in his retirement. Plans to travel the fall. We hope that you come back, visit Robert Down often. We want to thank you, even without the story of you being the fireman, being X'd out and other stories. We hope that you enjoy your retirement. Don't be a boomerang. Okay. And Mary Heisman, who was teaching 5th grade in room 4 when I started at Robert Down back in 1994. That was a long time ago. She was doing science lessons where she was teaching the kids to use a vacuum to suck an egg into a beaker, which seemed impossible. And you heard all the oohs and ahs. She taught the kids how to do the maypole dance without turning it into knots, and even did a holiday program where she had her dog Sia on stage barking at the exact right time. With flashing lights and everything. It was quite the scene. 39 years later, just the other day, I had a staff member come up to me and they said, one of the things that I appreciate about Mary is that she's able to see the big picture and not get caught up in the weeds. And that quality is just simply so needed these days. And I appreciate it so much. You will be sorely missed at Robert Down, Mary. We fully expect you to come and visit. And when you aren't gallivanting around the globe, which I assume you'll do right very quickly. Anyway, we wish you the best in retirement. Thank you, both Mary and David, for all you've done for the Robert Down family.
Good evening, Sean Roach, principal of PGMS. This is going to be a little bit rough because we're losing 3 people who I truly care about. And so there were 2 prompts that I had them respond to. One was, what will you miss most about PGMS? And the other one is something that was memorable about PGMS. First one that it's going to be really hard to say goodbye to is Rodrigo Yagon. He's one of our most amazing principals. I'm sorry, you've just been promoted. Congratulations, Rodrigo. So in response to the prompt, he said, thank you, PGUSD, for my 21 almost years of dedication and serving all the dedicated administrators, educators, and staff at Pacific Grove Middle School, with a special mention to my working buddies, Jason and Greg. Throughout all the years, it has become very memorable to me. We'll miss you, PGMS. I'll miss you too. One of the hardest working guys I've ever been around in my life. Next up is Maura Marr. And we had the same prompts for Maura, and Maura wrote, the thing I will miss the most about PGMS is working with Sean Roach. Wow. Thanks, Maura. Just kidding. Second most. Second. As you may or may not know, Maura is an amazing avid teacher as well as a wonderful language arts teacher. And so she really spread some cultural diffusion among our students. And so I would like to go back and forth with what she's been teaching her students all these years. So in California, we say water.
New Jersey is water.
That's right. Bergen County.
In California, we say coffee.
No, it's water.
In California, we also say orange.
Arch.
Orange. Okay. And when something surprises us, we say, oh my God. And I'm glad you stopped it right there. That was good. Anyway, Maura, I'm going to miss you terribly. You were absolutely the kind of teacher that I would have needed as a kid. Tough love. So I'll miss you. And finally, Miss Cochran. Miss Cochran wrote, what I will miss the most about the middle school, without a doubt, is the relationships I have with all the people I've met over the years. The staff, the students, and all the folks that I've met in my jobs here have enriched my life beyond measure. I feel a deep sense of community here that I will truly miss. I really loved working here and being a part of PGUSD. It's hard to leave, but I'll still be around. You know how I feel. Love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Larry Hagquist from Pacific Grove High School. I am standing in for Principal Lito Garcia, who is out ill right now. So a little bit surprised about reading. I don't have anything prepared, but this is an easy task for me to speak extemporaneously about some people that I love. I'm going to start with Mark Afifi. Mark Afifi has served Pacific Grove High School for 30 years. And he's just a beloved colleague and friend and an impassioned teacher. I've been in his classroom and just literally watched fire dance. I've watched smoke chambers or cloud chambers. He loves what he does, and he's going to be sorely missed. He's the type of educator who teachers write about and write back to him, decades after, when they start to realize the impact that he had over a long period of time. And sometimes that appreciation takes a little while to be recognized. So congratulations, Mark. I look forward to ski trips and music concerts and all those fun things that we've done. Next is Becky Goldfinch, who has served our district for 8 years. Becky is a SPED teacher, consummate professional. I just got out of an IEP with her and I said, "Are you going to go to the retirement party?" And she said, "I like to kind of drift out quietly." But that may be what she wants to do, but she will for sure be remembered. And she's just been such a valued part of our staff. Next, we have Chris Morgan, Coach Morgan. And I do have something that was written right here that he responded to. And it says, Chris says, "I will miss all the great relationships I have built through the years, the anticipation of the butterfly parade, but most of all," and this is something we will all remember him for, is him saying, "Iya, Iya, beat Carmel" in the gym. Nobody does it better, and his voice will forever echo through the hallways of Pacific Grove High School. Next up, we have Kristen Paris, who is a counselor at our school. When she came to our school, she was in the room right next to me, and she was a college career counselor. And I just watched her grow throughout the years and now she's a junior and senior counselor. Been working very closely with her. She just is a tireless worker. And she has lots of great plans for her graduation. She writes, "I will miss my co-counselor, my work spouse, and all of my co-workers." So that's Kristen Paris after 20 years of service. Next, we have Bobby Howell. Bobby Howell is another one very easy to talk about. He's a symbol at our school, and we will forever remember him in his black, dressed in all black, and his tracksuit and his golf cart. His father was a beloved coach in our district. His son was in my class my first year teaching, and his son did not fit in the desk because he was a big boy. And he just carried on that legacy of the Howells in Pacific Grove. We will sorely miss Mr. Bobby Howell. And next up, we have Miguel Soria. Miguel is he is a custodian at our site, and he's just Miguel. I will remember that voice on the radio forever. I recall the very first days, my first days at the school, when he had a little red truck and he helped me move 30 desks across the classroom on the day before, across the school on the day before school. Miguel, he writes, the thing that he will miss most is the kids. Janet Light. Janet Light is the college career counselor at our school. Janet is incredible. I just talked to her son Scott the other day, and she's very eager to be able to grandparent closely and to hang out with her babies. She writes, "Like most educators, I can say I've learned from many students and colleagues along the way. It has been a journey that is not finished yet." So she will continue learning as she goes off to be a grandma and be retired. Finally, we have Lori Weddington, 16 years of service, and she wrote in response what she will miss most. The students I will miss terribly. I will miss seeing the way the students feel once they realize it is best when they decide to make an effort and to do their work. I will miss when they would thank me for caring so much for them, even when they did not know how to feel confident. I will miss when students come back to school and tell me how I helped change the direction of their lives. The teachers I will miss immensely. The staff I was fortunate enough to push into their class and into their lives. I have such a respect for each teacher and how hard they work in their classroom and for every student that is in their class. I recognized how hard they work 24/7 and are able to make such an impact on so many lives. I do know I have made some lifetime friends while being employed at Pacific Grove High School. I feel so blessed that I was able to give 100% of my heart with this position and to know there are people whose lives I have changed as well. The decision to retire was not an easy one, but I feel now it's the right one. Thank you for all the wonderful friendships that have been created and will continue to grow. And so that's the high school.
We have one more retiree to honor here this evening, and it's a person that I met while I was the principal at Forest Grove. He came on campus one time at recess, and it was a pleasure for me to get to know him. And there's something about a fellow coach that you can just kind of sense that they've spent some time working with youth. And Daryl, I think that first conversation that we had, it could have lasted an hour for me, and I wouldn't have gotten tired talking to you about what it means to truly make a difference in people's lives. Daryl served as the coordinator for the BA SRP programs, both at Forest Grove and Robert Down. He did an excellent job, and there's an amazing amount of trust that the district puts into a person when they're going to be taking care of the children after most of the adults have left campus. Daryl did an excellent job of that, and he's still going to keep on serving the youth of PPG in his role of the director of the WAVE program. So Daryl, thank you very much for the time you served as the coordinator for BA SRP and for your friendship. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to honor one of our final retiree for this evening. And unfortunately, he's not able to be with us tonight. And the reason for that is because as a principal, he was in Disneyland last week and with our seniors, right? Which, you know, again, when I found out a little bit about that day that they go on a bus, it's a whole day trip. They get there, they turn around after it and come back. But I think there were several illnesses and germs that were being shared on that trip. And so he, you know, being the caring and wonderfully sharing person he is, you know, he took that on. So he's unable to be with us. So it's my honor to just recognize him in his absence. Lito Garcia has been with us as a principal for 4 years, as our principal of Pacific Grove High School. And I've only had a chance to work with him for a very short 6 months, but in those 6 months, I truly feel I just had a taste of the impact that he has had on the students in his entire career, but on our students at Pacific Grove in the last 4 years. I think the things that come to mind for me are the incredible efforts that he has taken to foster an environment of connection and belonging at his school site, and the courage. There's definitely something that there's courage that the role of a principal that you have to be able to have that and make some of those hard decisions. And I've seen him take that on in the short time that I've worked with him. He shows incredible integrity in the decisions that he has to make. And through that has fostered an environment in which students truly feel a sense of care and well-being and have been able to truly shine and achieve to their highest potential. But I think what stands out most for me is his genuine ability to connect with the students that he serves. I love nothing more than to stand with him as he's there in the morning and greeting students. And he definitely has taken that time to get to know so many of the students that he has served in this time. I think it's, you know, wonderful that he got to be there at Disneyland with his senior class, because that truly was the year that, you know, that he served. And coming in the first, they were freshmen, right, when he came on as principal, Pacific Grove High School. It's so bittersweet, but I look forward to everything he's going to accomplish and the extra time he's going to have. And I've said to him already that I'm going to be living a little vicariously through him. But again, we just honor and thank him for his years of service in his absence this evening. So a round of applause for Lito Garcia, please.
Perfect. So next, we're going to have our board president hand out a recognition plaque. So as I call your name, if you're here, please come forward. Efren Torres, not here. Diane Baron. Yes. Next, we have Prakash Kumar. Ireneo Asignacion. Here. Lorraine Gonzalez. Shannon McCarthy. Catherine Yant. Shirley Ushkoff. Mary Heiserman. Next, we have David Jones. Next, our forever and ever BSRP coordinator, Mr. Darrow Smith. Next, we have Mariah Marr. Just love her. Go Giants! Next, we have Ms. Robin Cochran. He's like, yes, I want to go over there. Next, we have Rodrigo Lagan. Mark, sorry. Next, we have Mark Afifi. Next, we have Becky Goldfinch, not here. Chris Morgan. Kristen Paris. Bobby Howell. Miguel Soria. Ms. Janet Light. Lori Weddington. And Lito Garcia. Hey, retirees. On behalf of our students, thank you. Thank you for keeping our facilities clean and safe, for the time you transported our students, for greeting them every morning, for assisting them when visiting the school office, for being a mentor and a tutor, for the many teachings and support that you gave them inside and outside of the classroom, for encouraging them to do the right thing, for being present at graduation, but mainly for not giving up on them. It is our hope that as you begin this new phase in your life, you do so with the same level of passion and enthusiasm that you have shown for decades to the students of the district. To you and your families, thank you for devoting your lives to our students and staff. Know that you have our best wishes for good health, happiness, and the freedom that lies ahead. Our best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
I just want to go around real quick if there are any board member comments, and then we're going to take just a quick little break too till 5:30 and pick everything up. I did want to just jump in here and say, because Matt didn't say it, so I'm going to say it. It's like, this is not normal. And when you look across this room and you look at the people that we're recognizing tonight, it really is spectacular. You know, beyond the fact that it's 483 years and 23 people, which is actually equally divisible, amazingly too, which thrills me to no end. But I am just astounded every time we go through this every year. I see the gathering of people and I see the friendly faces that we're having to say goodbye to, but it is not normal. We have a wonderful group of people here, and for our retirees, you will be sorely missed. So thank you for everything that you have brought to the district and all the things that I know you will continue to bring to the district and our community. Thank you so much.
I'll try to keep it short and sweet, but just to say the fabric of the quilt of PGUSD, I mean, you guys are the threads. You are the threads that have extended. We'll keep extending and we'll keep building on. So I can't say enough thank you for all that you've done for our district.
I suppose all that I can say is that I can't help but feel sad, but also happy. I mean, sad because, feel like part of your family is leaving, but happy that you guys are going to get to go celebrate everything that you've worked so hard for. I mean, this is sort of the goal, is to work hard and love and retire and go have fun. So it's with sort of heavy but happy heart that I say congratulations to everybody that's retiring, and we'll miss you truly and deeply. Thank you so much.
Just thank you. Thank you so much. Everything else has been said. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, I look around the room and everybody that's here today and then those that weren't here weren't able to make it. I appreciate every single one of you being a longtime resident. I mean, going to school in this district. It's just so funny when I came to work here, my wife was like, "Oh my gosh, you got to work with this person and that person and this person. And this was my teacher and that was my teacher." And I mean, that just goes to show that this is a really, a family built school district, and that's really important. And that's why so many folks have stayed so long in this school district. So thank you all so very much. You deserve retirement, but we'll see you in 6 months if you want to come back.
And just, very briefly from me, but, I think from the moment I started here, this is all I've heard about, right? Is just the community and the sense of family and how people stay here. And I get it. I've had a sense of it, but once again, being here in this room and hearing about everyone's journeys, the impact you've had on the students and the lives that are a fabric of this district and this community are just incredible. And so, I'd written just a few words down that kept on coming up, right? When everyone who spoke up here about, each of our retirees, but the word impact came up, multiple times. Influence, cherished memories, a lifetime of memories, changed the trajectory and just changed the impact of the lives that we serve, the trust, right, that has been embedded in you, that you've really been able to entrust in others. And my favorite, a journey that is not finished yet, that came from, one of the quotes from one of our retirees. So I just say to all of you, PGUSD is forever changed because of you, the impact that you've had on the students and the lives that make a part of our community will remain forever and will linger in the hallways, will linger on the playgrounds at the schools that you've spent so much time. And so just thank you for all of that. I know it's bittersweet as you take this next step on. We're excited for you, but just know how grateful we are for the impact that you've had. Thank you to each of you.
All right, so outside, right? And we'll see everybody back in here for the rest of the meeting in 15 minutes at 5:30. To the next item on the agenda, which is adoption of the agenda. Looking out, Lewis, do we have anybody online with public comment? And do we have any change? Well, and anybody in the room with public comment on the agenda? So not seeing any. Do we have any changes?
Just a few very minor ones. So the April 4th board meeting minutes, the Roman numerals were updated. So just a very small change there. The transitional kindergarten AR was moved to information discussion and the cover page was updated. And then the word sample was removed from 4 contracts. Measure D, Pacific Grove High School roof paint project, Pacific Grove High School modular removal, and Pacific Grove High School and middle school gym floor. All of those revisions have been posted to the website.
Perfect, thank you. Board, any other items to discuss? Looking down, I see no one. So knowing the changes that we have now, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Also move. I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion from trustee Otmar, a second from trustee Carolyn, and all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, so thank you for that. Moving on now to a closed session, and we will identify these upcoming topics. We have quite a few here tonight. We have negotiations with collective bargaining, PGTA, negotiations, collective bargaining with CSEA, public employee discipline, stumble over that word, dismissal, release, leave, complaint. Number 4 is public employee employment, Principal Government Code 54957, to confer with legal counsel over anticipated litigation. That's number 5. And number 6 is our superintendent evaluation. So do we have anyone in the room or online with comment on our closed session topics? No one online, and not seeing anyone in the room. We can now adjourn to closed session. All right, thanks, everybody. Appreciate your patience. Sorry, we're coming back a little bit late. There was a lot. So reporting back from closed session, items number 1 and 2, negotiations, there was nothing to report out on that. Item number 3. Sorry. Item number 3, public employee discipline dismissal, information was given and, or shared and direction given. I'm going to jump to 5 and then back to 4. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, information was given. We jumped through superintendent evaluation, and information was given there, no action taken. And then item number 4, public employee appointment. And I'll just say very quickly, we have appointed Greg O'Meara as new principal, and I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Adamson.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. We have some very special guests here this evening, so it's my pleasure to be introducing them to present a very special award to our middle school. And so without further ado, I'm going to announce Dr. Deneen Gus, MCOE Superintendent. Joining her is County Board Member Annette Yeestek and Assistant Superintendent Ralph Porras, also our former superintendent. So please give them a big round of applause and welcome them to the podium.
Let me just give you applause. So welcome, thank you. And sorry, I'm a hugger, I'm an Okie, so you know, that's what we do. But that's how you know you're very loved and very appreciated, right? Well, it gives us great pleasure to be here this evening to present a resolution in honor of the middle school and the amazing Distinguished School Award that they recently won. And I just want to start off by saying, you know, when you are a high-performing district, as you are here in Pacific Grove, you typically get the opportunity to win this award many times. In fact, I'm not even sure, where did I lose the principal? There we go. How many times has Pacific Grove Middle School won the Distinguished School Award?
This is our 3rd time, and the last one in 2021, so.
And I want you to start a trend as well because you represent Monterey County as a whole very, very well. So 3-time winner of the Distinguished School Award. It's very easy to take that for granted and say, oh yes, we know we're good. You know, that's not a big deal. I'm here to tell you, and I'm here to tell the whole world, it is a very big deal. You do not just write an application and submit the application and then hope you wrote all the fancy, shiny words that will get you selected. That is not how this works. What happens is the California Department of Education is looking at your test scores. They're looking at the great things that are happening at your school. You don't get to nominate yourself. They pick you because they are looking at all of the great things that are happening in your school system for your students. And so it is a very, very big deal. It is a very difficult award to win. And in fact, in Monterey County, so the entire county, this is the only middle school that won this award this year, and that's huge. So that is why I say you represent the entire county very, very well. I just want to congratulate the principal. I want to congratulate your entire staff. I want to congratulate the parents, the students, because it takes all of you working together to make great things like this happen. I want to congratulate the board and the superintendent and the former superintendent because it takes a village. It takes leadership. It takes vision. It takes really strong leaders to make great things happen for students. It is not easy. And I know this, I'm a former principal, I'm a former district superintendent, and I can tell you when in Soledad, when I was district superintendent there, We worked for so many years. I was there for 17 years. It was my very last year that finally one of our schools won a California Distinguished School Award. And I will tell you, in 3 years, I will have been an educator for 40 years. I plan to retire. And that is going to be, that California Distinguished School Award for that school in Soledad is probably one of the things that I am most proud of, because it is very, very difficult. It's one of the highest awards you can win. It comes from the California Department of Education, and if anyone knows the bureaucracy at that level, it's quite the feat. So I think I've made my point. We are very, very proud of the school. Our county board passed a resolution in honor of Pacific Grove Middle School, and I am going to turn it over to County Board Member Annette Yustek to read the resolution, present the resolution, but I also want to present this very coveted swag bag to the principal to share. And you have to know, like, when I got this bag, Dr. Portes brought it back to me. I was like, what is in this bag? There's a lot of goodies, but I think the thing that's probably the heaviest, they're serious about their water bottles. So please use this proudly. Please display your flag proudly, and never, ever take for granted when you're good. That's good, but you want to get better and better every year. And the only way you win a Distinguished School Award is if you do get better every year. So congratulations.
Well, I got it. So lucky me, I get to read the thing with all the whereases, but that's okay. It is my pleasure and honor to be part of this ceremony to honor your middle school and your school district for supporting your middle school. So this is being, we're recognizing with resolution number 2324-32, honoring and recognizing Pacific Grove Middle School as a 2024 California Distinguished School. Whereas continuing strides in providing outstanding educational opportunities, Pacific Grove Middle School in the Pacific Grove Unified School District has been honored with the 2024 California Distinguished School Award for their performance and progress on state indicators specified in the California School Dashboard and the state's accountability and continuous improvement system to include assessment results, suspension rates, and school conditions and climate. And whereas committed to providing a quality educational experience and achieving excellent academic performance, Pacific Grove Middle School is leading the way by teaching students responsibility, global awareness, critical thinking, respect for others, and providing them with the skills and ability to transition to high school with high self-esteem through model programs, a positive school environment, and building a student-centered culture of learning. And whereas offering a rich array of programs, engaging instruction, student-led clubs, and extracurricular activities, Pacific Grove Middle School is challenging all students to learn new skills, acquire new knowledge, and develop the insight necessary for a productive and rewarding life. And whereas involving the entire school community to create meaningful connections and promote academic achievement, PG Middle School, home of the Junior Breakers, is committed to the, is that right? You're called the Junior Breakers? Okay. I was like, I just had never heard that before. Junior Breakers is committed to the success and advancement of each and every student through high expectations and striving for excellence in education. And whereas through an unwavering dedication to excellence, high expectations, effective instruction, a nurturing school culture, and collaborative leadership, PG Middle School is instilling a growth-minded mindset and a commitment to benefit both students and the wider world through a holistic approach that empowers students to realize their full potential and become impactful contributors to society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Education does hereby adopt resolution number 23-2432 to recognize Pacific Grove Middle School for receiving the 2024 California Distinguished School Award and for working tirelessly through their high-quality, dedicated staff to foster a culture of great expectation and achievement for all students. Sorry it was so long, but congratulations. I know, that was a lot of whereases. I think it's important to have all of those though, because I think we made it very special to the actual school and why we think you deserved this award.
Thank you.
And can we make a huge request? Would it be okay? Could we get a picture with all of your board members and with you and your superintendent here in the front? Because we would like to highlight you in our annual report. So during a memorial. I'll be there. I can't wait. One, two, three. Couple more. Good?
Thank you.
Here's one of my former.
That's great. Wow.
Okay, everybody, thank you. That was spectacular. So much excitement tonight between that and the retirees and so much excitement that we forgot the pledge. So I'm going, Principal Roach, would you be so kind to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance that we skipped over to?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
All right, thank you, everybody. Moving on now to communication, written communications, and it's been a while since our last regular board meeting, and boy, did we get some letters. We got a couple that were related to curriculum in the district. We had 13 at least relating to our bond extension in support of getting that on the ballot for this fall. We had one praising the Robert Down Garden, and so I did have to write this down because it was about leafy greens, and so let us celebrate that. One about Falcon Fest upcoming at the end of May, another for Famous Persons Day at Robert Down on May 21. I did want to just point out real quickly, because I get them on a regular basis, and Lou's in the audience here tonight too. I get the regular updates about the podcast, the Lozano Smith podcast. And if you like that kind of thing, it's very insightful. And it's something I enjoy listening to. I recommend other people do that. One about PG High School winners for the Western Portfolio Competition, which was incredible. I don't want to steal the thunder from the high school, but 5 winners there. A couple about cell phones in the schools. And if you haven't read that article that's been going around, I would really recommend you check that out too. A couple emails related to personnel issue. And one related to a recent LCAP presentation. So those are the ones that I got. Let's start down with Trustee Carolyn. Anything that you got that I didn't mention?
I did my best to cross them off, so hopefully I'm not duplicating as I read. But I got one regarding a student who got a letter from the White House. One related to LCAP data, one related to a New York Times opinion piece, one related to Mean Girls musical at the high school, BreakerBot's spring newsletter, one related to music and art therapies, one related to student accommodations, one related to PGUSD track team recognitions. They did great, by the way. Small school district advisory work group, one about farm to school and blue zones, and one about grant money for Renew America Schools, one about county office statutory functions, and that's all.
I think it covers all but one. I did get a communication from a community member that's concerned about the health of the pine trees and branches over the field behind the charter school, behind Monterey Bay Charter and Community High School. They were called Widowmakers. So, which is being looked into now.
Yes, depending on when your timing was, when you stopped counting emails, I think we might have gotten 2 more regarding putting the school bond on the ballot.
Oh,
So
okay.
just noticed that in my email when I loaded it up quickly to review,
Right.
but otherwise you covered them all.
Okay, so that's for written communication, and so long as the board's talking, board member comments, I've already talked way too much tonight. So let's go back down towards Dr. Hazen. Anything from you?
Just, it's been a busy few weeks and I know it's about to be a busy few more in the district. Really excited for that. The PG Middle School Honors Night. I wanted to mention how nice it was to see the kids cheering on each other. There wasn't a single kid that didn't get applause, even after being asked to hold applause to the end. So you might need to work on following rules there, but I think that's a good example of when to step out of bounds. And just to say, I think that one of the winners for the service awards had over 200 hours of community service, which I can't even imagine. I feel like that's more than we spend on the board here, which is really impressive. But other than that, really excited for what's coming at the end of this year. And thank you to everybody that is part of that, which is many people in this room.
I'm gonna pass on comment just for time, but happy almost end of the school year to everybody.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Can I give a school report? Okay, hi guys. So, okay. At PG High, we've been having a lot of testing going on lately. So this week has been a lot of AP tests, and next week's going to be a few more. And then we also recently just finished our CASP testing also. And then this Saturday is prom. And then I know we have a senior awards night next week as well. And lately we finished Mean Girls the musical too. I heard you got an email about that. So yeah, it was very successful. And yeah, school year is coming up to an end soon. So it's been a jolly time at PG High.
Thank you very much for that superintendent report.
I love that. A jolly time. That's perfect, Daisy. All right. So just a few things to report. You know, a couple of weeks back, I was delighted to share that we had our WASC accreditation visiting committee at our high school. And, 3 weeks later, which is about now, 2 weeks past from today, Pacific Grove Community High School had their visiting committee come out. It's a day report for them. Everything was online, and that's typical for continuation high schools. But we were thrilled with the feedback we received from the committee. and we expect to just receive a really positive report in the summer, which is typically when we'll hear back. But they were incredibly impressed with, what they were able to see for themselves, what they learned from the report, but in particular from the parents and the staff and the students in particular that they got to interview. And so we're looking forward to a positive report there. But, kudos to, I see Dr. Hagquist in the back and Mr. Garcia, who's not here this evening, and their entire team of, teachers who worked so tirelessly to be prepared for that. So thank you. Let's see, just a couple of things that I've been able to attend in the last 2 weeks. It's been a busy time, as Daisy so, truthfully said. 2 open houses, Forest Grove and Robert Down, which were both so well attended. Pacific Grove High School Mean Girls play, I got to see that. And yes, yours truly, Daisy here, was one of the leads. It was so well done. Just kudos to Mr. and Mrs. Bullaware for, putting that on. Pacific Grove Middle School Honor Awards, which has been mentioned as well, got to, be there. Our middle school sports track event. I got to be invited to the Maypole dance at Robert Down, which was just a delightful event put on by the 5th graders there. Our middle school spring concert was last night, and I was able to attend the end of that because we had our safety committee meeting right before it. But Mrs. Priest just really, a wonderful tribute to the students to just show all of their hard work. I got to just see the end part of that. It was the jazz combo, jazz band, and the symphonic band, and those students just played their hearts out. So obviously Mr. Roach and Mr. Tavani were there as well, and just so impressive. Just a delight to see. Let's see, I really want to just recognize our Pacific Grove Unified School District track and field team who had an outstanding season. They finished 1st and 2nd in the boys and girls overall league standings for this season, which is incredibly impressive. And I was told that several of the students worked so hard that they actually qualified for multiple events in the recently held Masters meet as well. But just kudos there to Coach Ryan and just the incredible team of volunteers who worked together to make these opportunities available to students. Also excited, I've heard that the Pacific Grove High School, they had several winners, 5 winners from the 2024 Western Portfolio Photography Competition. Out of 71 submissions, we had 5 of those winners. And so congratulations to Zion Chobe, who won Best in Show, Bella Pergrossi, 2nd place for the high school category, Carson Kearney, 3rd place, Ethan Chandra Morris, honorable mention, and then Blake Woods also received an honorable mention. But we're excited to hear that a lot of their work has been on display at the Western Collective in Seaside. So again, just congratulations to those students and their, photography teacher, Celia Lara, for just making, again, these opportunities available for our students. Really good news. I began with a report out on Pacific Grove High School, their WASC accreditation, and that's the Accrediting Commission for Schools, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. And we just received word, and again, I look over to Dr. Hagquist, who led this work. This was one of his projects, and they just received the results on that. The decision of the commission was to grant 6-year accreditation status, which takes them through June 20th, 2030. And that's the highest accreditation rating you can get. So just kudos to them. I think, yes, definitely a round of applause. And we're so proud of you, Dr. Hagquist. And again, just your staff and team, in receiving that. Congratulations. Safety committee was last night, our first of many, and Mr. John will be reporting out a little bit on that later on in the evening. But just thank you to Barbara Priest and Josh John Barbara Martinez. I've got Priest on the mind, just leading that. And again, we'll be able to report that we had a really good turnout and just unbelievable discussion. So much so that we went much longer than the ending date, the time, because everyone was just so eager and committed to that work. So thank you. And then, yes, we've talked a lot about California Distinguished Award ceremonies, but I got to participate in the actual ceremony in Anaheim last Friday and was there with 2 of the middle school teachers who were able to be there to represent the entire staff. And, so much has been said about that, but just, what a wonderful opportunity to celebrate our students and our staff. And that is it for me. So back to you, President Swanson.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Moving on, individuals desiring to address the board. This is for non-agenda items. We'll start with staff and then we'll move on into community members. Just a quick reminder, everyone is limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We do run a clock on that and 20 minutes in the aggregate on any particular subject. And I say that mostly because I like saying the word aggregate. So that said, let's start with staff comments on any non-agenda items. If he has something, please step on up to the podium.
I'm Daryl Smith. I'm not here as a retiree today. I'm here as a community member. And my message is for this board, and I think it's really important for you to hear. The WAVE program has been around for 8 years now, and we've served over 250 kids every summer. Most of the time, 300, 320, lots of great extracurricular activities. I want to tell you that a couple of years ago, when Josh came to school and started working for us and did a lot of stuff by himself, I had the opportunity to meet Josh and start talking to him about the WAVE program and how it's a staple of the community now. It started 8 years ago in 2016. If you guys all saw the day when I shook Brian's hand, he pulled me forward and he said something to him. I'm not going to tell you what he said. He said, you know, the first time I met you, we were like this. And I was like this with all the board members because I was pushing for an extracurricular thing for our students that was going to include a lot of them. And I thought it was really important. For 6 years, I kind of stayed silent as we went along our way, raising money to help the kids of our community. It's just for Pacific Grove kids. All of a sudden, things started to change here at the district office. And that change was really brought about by Josh, as far as I'm concerned. All of a sudden, his door was open. I could speak to him about my concerns and where we were trying to go in helping the youth of our community, because we feel like in the summer, especially, our kids need something to do. We're trying to keep our kids off the street. We're trying to keep them off a lot of things. You guys all know that. You're educators. I'm here to address the school board, but I'm here to talk about the district office and the administration. Once I met Linda, I was like, oh my gosh. I liked her anyway because I read her bio and she said she liked fantasy football. So I'm like, okay, we were going to get along okay, but she was so generous and kind when I met with her. But that's not just these two at the top, Claudia in HR, and her staff, Angela and Kimberly, always welcoming. I just call it customer service. Look, leadership is about communication and building relationships with people. Well, I'm a people and I play a major role in this community. I know the only people I don't know in this community that are kids are the ones that haven't been born. And I'm not kidding. I know every parent here for a real good reason, but I'm so thrilled with the direction of our school district. I don't need this. With the direction of our district office, John, with facilities. I'm telling you what, when I was at BSRP, but even when I'm at the WAVE, if I need something or if I need to ask a question, they answer my questions. They answer my emails. They return my calls. It's incredible. All my principals that I worked for, Matt, was Matt still here tonight or he's really acting retired? Okay, there he is. And Sean Keller and Buck and even Abby now, who I haven't had a chance to work with very often yet, but I'm looking forward to it in the future.
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry, I have to.
Any of those things. My time up?
Yeah.
The first time I was here, when I was arguing, they went like this. I'm like, I don't care. I'm here to spread goodwill and tell you the direction of this district is going the right way. And I'm happy about it. And I will spread the word with all the parents that I know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Lewis, do we have anybody online? Okay, we have any other staff comment in the room? Okay, otherwise, so let's go to community members for non-agenda items. And again, it's like, I don't want to be rude, but I do, we need to keep an eye on the clock. Is this community on? Okay, you want to bring them in first, Lewis, please?
Perkins, that's all the name.
Hi, I know I sent an email out to all the board members today, but I just want to recognize the garden coordinators at Robert Downs School, Heidi Feldman and her friend Keith Larson, for working our garden, growing so much lettuce that they were able to not only put it on our school salad bar, having the kids grow it themselves, water it, seed it, and there was enough left over to donate to Al and Friends as well as the PG Senior Center. And seeing that community outreach with our students and our garden coordinator just makes me so happy. And seeing real fresh food on a salad bar in the school cafeteria is the best thing ever.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else online, Louis? No? Okay. Community, anybody in the room with a comment, please come on up and make sure that the green light is on, which it looks like it is.
Hello. My daughter was one of the first campers at the WAVE program, and my son was a counselor. So
Nice.
yeah, I'm here about something different though. But yeah, WAVE program, awesome. So I've been coming to these board meetings for about 14 years. That's a long time. And PGUSD has created such a warm and inclusive, I'm talking about special needs. Let me just start there. the special needs department that you guys have. So PGUSD has created such a warm and inclusive environment for our children with disabilities. When my son entered kindergarten at Robert Down in 2010, Cindy Gallo made no promises that she could educate my son locally. But she did. She found a way. She created a special day program at Robert Down. His class was the first in existence here locally. Now it's been here for 14 years, I guess. And it really took a huge investment from you guys and from the community and from the students. That continued at the middle school. The middle school was amazing. He was included. His fellow students were empowered. The typical peers in the community thrived over knowing these children. And at the high school also, Elise Avenel, a wonderful teacher, all of the aides, everybody that you've supported to help bring our children into this community and keep them here has been amazing. Today was my son's last day at the high school, which was very bittersweet. We had a lovely party for him, and kids came, and all of these children in the room have grown up together. These are adults now. They're graduating to the adult transition program. And I'm here to ask you to take some time to get to know the adult transition program. It has some faults. We are not in compliance with the ADA. There is no restroom to care for children in wheelchairs. There is no dignity in being changed in a classroom. We need to come into compliance with many other issues in that room. We need to open up better communications. The special ed director who has just come in needs to acknowledge and be a part of our community, in that our communications are important. They should be fluid. My son can't speak. He can't tell me if he's sad, if he's mad, if he's joyful, what relationships he's had. So fostering good communication, not shutting it down. We need to remind her of who we are. She needs to be informed of who our community is. And please, I just ask you to please take a look at that program, because we need to do better, because we always do. Or PG.
Thank you very much. Louis, we have somebody online. Okay, if you could bring them in, that would be great.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Did I start? Okay. So I just want to add on to that, because this is part of the reason why I think that we had trouble, especially with the LCAP. We didn't even add in ability as part of the intersectionality, and that would have covered in the survey those kinds of challenges that students with multiple abilities experience in the district. And that's why it's really important to recognize those experiences, so we can see those discrepancies, as well as how are we serving those students? What are their experiences? What are their challenges, so that we can meet their needs? And we're not doing that. And that was another part of the LCAP that I had the issue with. It wasn't just the the fact that among students that had, variances in ethnic groups that were lumped together, it was the fact that there wasn't even, they didn't even have ability or gender identity. We couldn't even see the discrepancies in anyone's experiences at school. And how are we as a district supposed to meet their needs? How are we supposed to see the discrepancies in how, we're supposed to meet their needs with respect to their mental health? And or any other need for that matter. How are these discrepancies impacting the way that it's affecting their academic success? And there are patterns there that we can see where where the funding is going. And if we're not meeting those needs, then we need to, and we can't see that if we don't add that into the survey. And so I really think that in the future, that's why there needs to be transparency in the LCAP, and people should not be lumped into one demographic, and they should also not be left out of the conversation. And I was really upset by the fact that that's what happened with this year's LCAP. And when we did have this conversation at the last board meeting, the community wasn't even allowed to have an interactive where we could ask questions openly and say, hey, you know what, I would like to see this demographic. I would like to see their experiences, because it was amongst the board members. And so in the future, I would really encourage the board to include everyone's experiences, and that we can see those discrepancies and we can see those patterns, and then have, meetings where we can come together as a community and find solutions.
Thank you for your comment. Louis, anybody else online? All right, do we have anybody else in the room that would care to make a public comment on a non-agenda item?
Evening, Dr. Adamson and the board. My name is Mike Gibbs. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I'm here to talk tonight about the Pacific Grove Planned Parenthood Middle School curriculum. Some of you may have received emails last year and this year from middle school moms, and I won't say they were ignored, but they won't really respond to. So I'm here to speak up. And I have after looking at a lot of the curriculum in person, I have three issues. The first is that the direct curriculum that the middle school sees from Planned Parenthood infers that middle school children can give consent to an adult for sexual activity. They're giving what amounts to a checklist. If you meet these requirements, it is okay. So imagine a 12-year-old young girl or young boy reading this. And as you know, the age of consent in California is 18. A 12-year-old cannot give consent, and to imply otherwise is seriously wrong. Number two, after not being able to obtain access from the Planned Parenthood online curriculum, I was allowed to come here and view it. It appears to me that the Planned Parenthood material has been terribly corrupted. Somehow there are links and other materials that give access to this curriculum by outside predators and perhaps by inside bad actors. There are, for example, links to extremely pornographic materials and websites when clicked on could put our children at risk for being targeted by sexual predators. I saw this personally. I clicked on the links. I will come next time and show you what I found out. I don't think you want to know. Third, this board has full responsibility for approving the contract. My questions are, how many of you actually took the course and looked at the content? I mean, looked at the actual content before you approved the contract? Nobody. We would also like to see a copy of the contract and what the district actually approved. How can that be made available? In conclusion, I strongly urge that the board immediately withdraw or suspend the Planned Parenthood middle school curriculum and the contract, and form a parent, teacher, commission, or a team to find a much less dangerous and much more suitable replacement. Dr. Adamson has been very responsive in helping us look at this curriculum, started to dig into a problem immediately when it was brought to her attention. So I appreciate that. The two moms are not here. They felt intimidated to be here. Other moms have been intimidated not to be here. And so I just conclude with a saying of another psychologist: the opposite of courage is not cowardice. The opposite of courage is compliance. And so you may hear a few other people tonight that are not willing to comply and are willing to speak out. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I do want to make it just a brief comment about comment. It is public comment. It's not a Q&A, so the board members typically would not respond unless they wanted to direct something to administration for follow-up. So again, it's public comment. It's not Q&A. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Magdalene DeLay. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. In reference to the Planned Parenthood sex education curriculum under your consideration, the state of California and school boards will be held accountable when they abuse their power, subvert parents, and sexualize our children. The war against our children's innocence continues to shamelessly push the boundaries of age when it comes to exposure to sexual content. The government has neither the intrinsic right nor the responsibility to engage with children about their sexuality. This is a role by nature delegated to parental authority. Children need to be in a safe environment, learning how to read, write, make friends, and just be kids, and not be forced to confront sexual topics before they've even developed sexually. Parents and legal guardians have the right, the responsibility to determine where, if, when, and how their children are exposed to material of a sexual nature. It is not the responsibility of the government or any person unrelated to the child to determine when it is appropriate to introduce a child to such intimate and private topics. To anyone who has reviewed the Planned Parenthood sex ed curriculum, it is evident that it grooms our children by normalizing age-inappropriate, unsafe interactions with strange adults. It desensitizes our children to healthy relationships and boundaries, and puts them in the path of those who would take advantage of their innocence. It goes against all common sense. It is absurd and unreasonable. Please don't do this to our children. Thank you.
And thank you for your comment.
Good evening, Terrence Zito. I'm Pacific Grove resident. I don't have children myself, but I am a taxpayer, and I'm a retired school teacher. And if a half of what the two previous speakers said about the sex education curriculum is true, it's shocking. I mean, when I was a teacher, I wouldn't, and I taught health and sex education. We would never think of allowing this sort of stuff to creep into our curriculum. And I have a meeting I've set up a time Monday to review the curriculum myself. And I really want to say that I can't say too much about it, but I want to see it firsthand. Sounds terrible. If it's as bad as I think it is, I'd be willing to go and to spend quite a bit of time in front of the PG post office, as I have in the past, educating the people in Pacific Grove about what our middle school is actually, exposing our kids to. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I hope you're not going to really stay on that 20-minute boundary of the amount of time that you're going to allow the public to speak, because it may be, I'm going to check into it, a violation of the Brown Act. I don't think you can do that to say after 20 minutes, we're cutting it off. There may be important people here who have important things to say. I hope that I'm one of them. I really liked what Dr. Gibbs said. and the young lady that followed him, and Terrence had some interesting ideas, the fellow who just spoke too. I think this is profound. I must ask you, as elected school board members, representatives of our community, here to serve the interests and values of the community, did you take the time to explore the current edition of the Planned Parenthood curriculum for middle school students regarding sex education? I think it's very important as a member of the community and as an elected official that you do so personally. I know years ago when I was younger, I applied for my first teaching position in New York State, where I have a permanent certificate to teach, very similar and profound like the one in California. And after I had my interview and I was offered a position, I said, so does that mean I'm hired? And they said, well, yeah, you might as well consider it. We do have to run it by the school board, but they just rubber stamp everything we suggest. I hope that that's not the case with any recommendation from the school staff or the school administration that this be approved without your individual consideration and evaluation. I think that's very important, and I hope that all of you will do so when you have an opportunity before this curriculum is extended. Remember, this is the Planned Parenthood curriculum for middle school students. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment.
Good evening, Laura Leona, a parent of two daughters, one that has graduated from this school and this district and one that is currently a junior. I would like to thank you for including these things such as sex ed. These programs actually led to really great discussions in my household about what they were learning and gave me an insight into what kinds of things my own children were thinking, because I really didn't know how to start some of those conversations. We're a pretty open family, but some of those things, came out when they came in and we talked about what they were learning in both of these schools. I feel that it's been very valuable for not only my children, but the children of the entire community. And I would like to just thank you for having this program and for supporting the teachers that are using the curriculum in proper ways that help our students grow and be healthy in such a weird time where these things do come up all the time outside of school. And so we need to be proactive as parents and educators together. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody new online, Lewis, right now? Anybody else in the room with public comment on either this or any other non-agenda item?
Pretty much covered all this stuff. Good evening, and I apologize for not having all the information regarding this very crucial moment in Pacific Grove School curriculum. For some reason, myself and others weren't able to get to see it. We were told that other personnel, school personnel, were going through it. I didn't think that was fair. Trying to find out what's going on. I really don't know how bad this is, but I looked around and I was able to see a comment made by a person called Miss Brenda. I don't know who Miss Brenda is because they don't really explain it. And I like to quote her. She thinks, I think sex is awesome, which is why my passion is educating teens about sex, intimacy, and relationships. I have a BA in nutrition. That makes sense. I have a BA in nutrition from California University. There's just so much wrong with that statement. What is she doing? What gives her the qualifications to be teaching intimacy, sex, et cetera, et cetera? Where did this come from? Why are we doing this? You haven't seen any of the books. I've seen a number of these different books. They're disgusting. I don't want to bring around with the young kids here. They're terrible. And before you vote on this stuff, take a look at it. Spend some time. Spend some very serious time thinking about what we're doing. I've been around the world. I was in the military. I know a lot of things happen. This is not a good thing. This is not a normal way of dealing with kids growing up and learning about sex. I think we're gonna putting these kids on a bad path that's setting them down the wrong path. I urge you all to be very cautious going down this road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else with any public comment?
Not about sex. Sound? Can you hear me? Okay. My name's Carol Marquardt. I'm a community member, and I had a child that came all the way through the public schools. The last meeting, school board meeting I attended, you talked about cultural proficiency. And so I attended the adult education. It was called On the Road to Hope and Joy. And it was run by two well-known marriage and family counselors. You know their names. And there were maybe 8 or 9 of us. We were all baby boomers. I thought the target audience was very much the book that they were using was very much the target audience was white baby boomers. And the title of the book was Combined Destinies. The book was very much organized around the clients that they had, these therapists had, and also local community members. But there were some very recurring themes, and I read the entire book. I attended all 10 sessions. And one thing that I objected to is the stereotyping white people as sad, privileged, guilty, shameful, ignorant, and powerless because of racism. I didn't feel that way. I don't feel shameful or ignorant. And I've taught in public schools in Oakland and Salinas. I've never felt that way. And the other component to this book that was very current in the Combined Destinies was the parents of baby boomers. They are almost typified as villains. There's a section in there about Pacific Grove with white cops spitting on the shoes of people of color. Things like that may have happened 30, 40 years ago, but we need to talk about what is happening now. So my biggest objection to this class is the message, the core message is that if you're white, you have an unconscious bias against Black people. That really was the message. And I object to being told what is in my unconscious. So I didn't really, I have attended DEI meetings in Pacific Grove for 2 years, and I don't like Pacific Grove people being stereotyped as racist. I am not a racist. And I know your message is anti-racism, but this class, the On the Road to Hope and Joy, was anti-white, in my opinion. I don't think it's education. I thought it was indoctrination, and I attended all 10 classes. Thank you.
Appreciate your comment. Thank you. Anybody else in the room with any public comment on non-agenda items? All right, seeing no one and nobody online, so we're going to close that part of the meeting. And unless there's anything else, moving on to consent. Go ahead for consent.
Yeah.
If you want.
Okay. Before we move on to that, President Swanson, I was just hoping to really be able to just speak to, one item that we have received quite a bit of information on and has been spoken here this evening, on public comment. And I really just feel it's important to, just provide a little bit of factual, information to everyone who's here and everyone who's listening online, and just give us that opportunity. And so if you may, if the board is willing to allow for that, I would really like to invite Director Rogerman App, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, to be able to just share a few facts, about our Planned Parenthood curriculum that we, are in that we are using as a means of instruction. So if the board is good with that. Yep.
Is this on the agenda?
It is not, no.
Let's
Well,
just,
our lawyer is here and he says it's okay. Is that what you're saying, Lou? Okay. Can I make it more official and me personally ask Linda in relation to these public comments, if she wouldn't mind commenting? Okay.
there you go.
Would you mind doing that, Linda?
I would be happy to. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, Trustee Swanson. Director Rogerman, would you mind just sharing a little bit of detail and information regarding the curriculum, please?
Thank you. Members of the board and public, my name is Buck Rogerman. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Special Projects for the district. And I know that one of the topics that came on was really the main concern expressed this evening is that the Planned Parenthood online curriculum will direct our students to websites where they will be vulnerable to malicious adults or adult content. It is important to understand that the community members who viewed the curriculum at the district office were using a staff account to log into the Chromebook used, not a student account. The staff account they were using allowed access to more material than our students are able to see. When a student logs into a Chromebook using their district account, there is an additional filter over and above the filter for staff that safeguard our students against the kind of content our community is concerned about. All students and staff are protected by the Monterey County Office of Education firewall block list moderated by Palo Alto Networks. This is the web filter that all Monterey County school districts who subscribe to the MCOE firewall service have in place. PGUSD goes one step further, using securely as an added level of protection for our students. Whenever one of our students is logged into their district issued account at school or at home, securely blocks inappropriate content and notifies the administration of this behavior. In addition to the technical safeguards in place, the Planned Parenthood curriculum has a section devoted to helping students discern online red flags. This instruction focuses on giving our students the skills necessary to identify safe, reliable online resources. We share this information to assure the members of the public that we have the guardrails necessary to teach an online comprehensive sexual education curriculum in a manner that maintains safety for our students. One measure of the effectiveness of our internet safety is that we have not received any reports of students accessing inappropriate online content while engaged in the Planned Parenthood sexual education class. Also, there was some discussion about consent. Another issue that was discussed deals with the rationale for teaching about consent to our students who are too young to legally give consent. If a student is not able to legally consent to sexual activity until they are 18 years old, then why are we using a curriculum that teaches what constitutes consent and the manner in which people can give consent? Teaching about consent aligns with the practice of teaching students about other activities that are not legal until they are older. We teach our students about voting, even though they are not allowed to vote until they are 18. We also teach our students about the health impacts of smoking or drinking alcohol, so when they are 21, they will be able to make informed decisions. We also know that some of our students will have the opportunity to smoke, vape, or drink before turning 21, so we want them to know about the health impacts of these substances before they have the opportunity to try them. In including a lesson about consent follows the same principle. We want our students to be informed about what it means to give consent before they are in a situation that requires consent. The lesson about consent begins by clearly stating that a person is unable to give consent if they are not old enough or if they are under the influence of alcohol or drugs. It is also important to know that the examples given in the Planned Parenthood curriculum for middle-aged students are age appropriate. There are 5 situations that are discussed. 1, asking a friend for permission before posting a selfie on social media. 2, going to a romantic partner's home to watch a movie and discussing beforehand the expectations for cuddling or doing something more. 3, a teacher requesting permission to share a portion of a student's essay with the class. 4, a healthcare provider asking permission before conducting a breast exam. 5, suggesting a grandparent would appreciate it if you gave them a hug upon arrival. Equipping our students to understand the concept of consent before they are legally able to give it will prepare them for multiple situations in life. When our students choose to become sexually active, they will have been taught about setting boundaries and understanding that no sexual activity is legal unless people give consent.
All right, thank you for that extra information, Director Rogan. Appreciate it.
Since this wasn't on the agenda, is the public allowed to comment after this?
No, no. This is part of the normal proceedings when there is public comment, whether it's from staff or a public member for the board to request additional information if the board so desires. It's really the board's prerogative. So we are allowed to do that, and we appreciate the extra comment and information from everybody. So with that, we are now going to move on to. Yes, we are. We're now moving on. Thank you. And now we are moving on to the consent agenda. So board, you've all had a chance to take a look at this. Are there any particular issues on consent that you'd like to point out? Any items that you would like to remove? Okay. And I need to actually ask for public comment on the consent agenda first. I should have already asked that. So do we have anybody online, Lewis, looking for, okay. Anybody in the room with a comment on consent? Okay, so, and I didn't see any issues from the board for consent. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Dr. Hazen and a second from trustee Carolyn Swanson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for that. Now moving on to public hearing, and I'm going to try to get this one right. I've asked for advice from a couple of people about this. So it is 7:40. And we are going to open up a public hearing on, and I'm going to turn that over to Assistant Superintendent Jorn.
Thank you, President Swanson. So tonight we're having a public hearing to adopt the new state allocation board level 1 developer fees. This past fall, the school district adopted a 22-23 developer fee study. And thereby that developer fee study justified the rationale for this district to levy developer fees. Every 2 years, the state allocation board, which is an elected body, updates the developer fee level 1 study, or sorry, the level 1 fees that coincides with many things like cost escalation and so forth. Just so happened that this board adopted a developer fee study and adopted the 2 years prior developer fees this fall. And what I'm bringing forward to you tonight is the updated developer fees as stated in the cover page, updating developer fees to $5.17 per square foot for residential and 84 cents per square foot for commercial and industrial construction. Again, this is simply the adoption of the new state allocation board level 1 developer fees, whereby a district cannot levy fees in excess of the level 1 fees established by the state allocation board.
Microphone on now. Thank you very much. At this point, is there any public comment during this hearing? Because once we close it, then we bring it back as an action discussion item, and there will be another opportunity for public comment and board discussion. So I'm seeing nobody online and nobody in the room. So now at 7:42, we are going to close this public hearing and move on to adoption of resolution number 1122. And again, Assistant Superintendent Jorn, at the risk of repeating yourself, is there anything you'd like to add?
I won't repeat myself, but we do have a resolution to be approved tonight if the board so chooses. And just one more item to mention, the board did adopt the 2022 level 1 developer fee impact study previously. And I don't know if I mentioned this before, but if I didn't, in the case it might be sounding redundant, the assumptions and data used in that 2022 study are still valid and represent the school district in 2024.
Thank you. Public comment on this particular item. There wasn't anything before. We have no one online, nobody in the room jumping up to say anything. Board, anyone?
I just have a clarifying question. So the public hearing included the justification study. And is that because the public had not been presented to the public prior?
No, it was presented to the public prior, and in the resolution, it also resolves the fact that it had been previously approved. I also have Ruth Mendick online from Lozano Smith too, if we need further clarification. But the study was already approved and the new rate increase is supported by that study.
Okay, I was just, I don't think I need the attorney to answer, but I was curious why the public hearing has the developer fee study as well as the increase, but then the action item just has the increase. And is it because you're saying the board already approved the study? And so you put the study in the public hearing just for the public's reference?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions.
Trustee Otmar, anything?
No.
All right. Dr. Hazen?
Nothing to add. Yeah, but this is something we've addressed. And is this something we will see every year if there is a rate fee increase?
We'll see this every 2 years, the state allocation board adopts the rate. And again, the district has the opportunity to also adopt that same rate. I will mention though that 2 years from now, we may have to do another developer fee study, right? To justify not only the current rate, but the increased rate. But because we're within the 2 years, it's the 2022 developer fee study is current justifying modernization new construction rates.
So we'll expect, it's new to us as a district because it's not something previous boards have done, but because we've done this, we'll expect to see this again.
And I'm sorry, Student Representative Dishney, I've been leaving you out tonight. Anything that you'd like to add? No, okay, all right. I'm sorry, I'll get you in on everything else. So, all right, so with that, can we see a motion to approve resolution number 1122? I'm going to so move then. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
All right, so I moved and trustee Dr. Hazen was our second. Student rep vote. Aye or nay?
Aye.
Okay, the remaining board members all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No one opposed, passes unanimously. So thank you for that. Now moving on to action discussion, item B, Pacific Grove High School textbooks. We saw this before last time, I believe, as a public hearing. And we're bringing it back now. Is Director Rogeman in the room? Oh, there we are.
Good evening, trustees. You will remember from our last meeting that we did a presentation about the curriculum and the textbooks that we were going to be purchasing for the high school. Ms. Gona gave a very strong case for giving an update to the American government, both the one for the regular class as well as the AP book. And then the other one we're going to adopt is for the anatomy and physiology class. And so if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time, but the information is in the packet that you need to make the decision.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go out for public comment on this item. Lewis, anybody online? Nobody online? Anybody in the room with additional comments? Doesn't look like it. Let's go then to the board and let's start with our student rep.
Aye.
I got nothing to add here discussion wise. Let's go around the rest of the dais here and see anybody else.
No, just say I was really appreciated being able to look over those materials and excited to see them updated. It's really good that our kids will be getting new books.
I think that's everybody. So can we get a motion? I'm going to move that.
Well, I think you know what I'm gonna say. Aye.
Good idea. All right, so we have a motion from
motion.
trustee Brian Swanson. Can
I'll
we get a
second.
All right, we have a second from trustee Otmar. So, and let's bring everybody in here together on it, including our student representative. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Rogeman.
Enthusiastic endorsement.
Exactly.
Brian.
Well, for the record, with student trustee support on the, it was a co-motion.
Yes, okay. Moving on to the next item, resolution 1125. I thought this one was very interesting and it goes back again to Assistant Superintendent Jorn, if you'd like to explain.
Sure. Yes, thank you, President Swanson. So tonight I'm bringing forward the ratification of a notice of exemption to CEQA. This is related to the energy services agreement that the board approved a few months back. The agreement includes energy saving improvements such as building automation system upgrades, mechanical system upgrades, LED stadium lighting, LED lighting, building envelope modifications, electrical upgrades, and so on. There's quite a few items in here, and at the direction of legal counsel, who again, I have Ruth online, this project is considered to be CEQA exempt under the section 15301. And the rationale for that exemption is that this is a removal and repair project that doesn't require the permitting, licensing, and monitoring, alteration, and so forth of private structures. We're not expanding structures. One other component to mention to those in the room that may not understand CEQA, every single item that is submitted to the district through the submittal process on this project is reviewed internally by the district. So there may be a question about lighting, stadium lighting. We've heard a lot about this in our community lately. The removal and replacement of the stadium lights are being replaced in kind, and the district through the submittal process will make sure that the exact lumens that are in the lights currently are the exact lumens being replaced at the stadium currently, either equal or less than the existing lumen. That's the candle foot. That's the amount of light associated. And therefore, that is why this project is considered exempt. And we are asking for the notice of exemption to be approved tonight, along with the resolution included in your packet.
Right. Thank you for that explanation. Let's go out for public comment. Anyone in the room with anything to say about this? Seeing no one and nobody online, let's go around the horn. Anybody just start talking.
I have a question. I see that the notice of exemption was filed before the board approved an exemption, so I'd like to find out more how there was a notice filed before there was an exemption approved.
Yeah, so that was at the advice of legal counsel. There's a time frame associated with when the NOE, notice of exemption, is to be filed after the contract award. Is Ruth on the call? And if so, we could have Ruth speak to this item. There.
Yes, I'm here.
So Ruth, the question was related to the notice of exemption, board approval action tonight as a ratification.
Right. So the regulations that Mr. Jordan mentioned earlier outline the reasons why the project can be exempt from the CEQA analysis. Those really are they're available whether whether the board has first acted or afterwards. The purpose of filing the notice was to help move the process along and to avoid extending the time period for which someone could file an objection based on CEQA to the project. And so the purpose then of bringing it back to the board tonight is just to ratify that those administrative actions that were taken, and to advise the board as to the background and the findings that were made related to the filing of the notice of exemption.
So the clock for statute of limitations, you feel began on what day?
Well, we have to file, the requirement is to file the notice of exemption both with the county clerk and with the state. We're able to file it with the county clerk sooner just because they're closer, and that was filed on March 19th. With the state, it was filed on March 22nd. So the latest date that it would have been effective would have been March 22nd.
Okay. The description on a different topic, the description of the project in the notice of exemption is vague. For example, it mentions HVAC upgrades, but it doesn't mention how many. And I was reading in the CEQA information from Lozano Smith that cumulative effects can warrant an environmental impact. I would like to see, and maybe this is something we can do in the future, this ship may have sailed this time, but I would like to see a more detailed project description, even Mr. Jorn mentioning that the LE Stadium lights are going to be exactly the same lumen, exactly the same Kelvin, these things I think are really important to have in there in description. So can you let me know why we didn't include like, for example, the number of HVAC unit upgrades?
My understanding of that provision about prohibiting the cumulative effect is if you have is to prevent multiple projects being individually they may be exempt, but cumulatively across multiple projects they would be enough to trigger a deeper CEQA analysis. In this case, everything that's happening is part of this one project. I understand your concern in that, like, should we next year do a similar scope of project, and the next year do a similar scope of project, even though individually they may be, less than what's required for CEQA, adding the multiple projects together would be enough that would trigger a deeper CEQA analysis. So all to say, like, my understanding is that the cumulativeness is related to multiple projects rather than the scope of what's included in this one project that we're considering today. Is that helpful?
Yeah, thank you. And that's how I understood it as well. I just had concerns because this one contract is actually $5.6 million, and there are several dozen HVAC unit upgrades from my understanding. So that's why I was concerned that we didn't mention how many. Were you aware of how many HVAC updates are in the project?
I can't tell you off the top of my head right now how many there were, but I know I have the documentation. I have the contract in my office that would tell me, yes.
And then another project that I don't see mentioned specifically, I do see generator resiliency upgrades. One of the projects is placing a fossil fuel powered generator on the roof of the middle school. And when I was reviewing what is considered an environmental impact, it seemed that noise pollution, possible view shed issues, et cetera, could be considered. So I just wanted to make sure that you were able to fully review the scope of the entire $5.6 million contract.
We did have a copy of the contract after it had been as part of the negotiations of the contract. I think one thing that is helpful to keep in mind here too is that the purpose of many of these upgrades is to reduce, the use of energy by the district on these things, such that like this generator, the intent and the goal is that it will have less of an impact on the environment because it will be, being more energy efficient going forward than what we have had available and what we've been able to use up until this point. So the kind of the whole the goal and part of the as you may remember, part of the evaluation of the contractor, and that was for them to identify and to articulate what the energy savings would be for each of these upgrades. And so that in and of itself is helpful in terms of evaluating the CEQA and understanding that there will be less energy used and less of an impact on the environment by these upgrades than we would we move forward with the existing technology that we do have.
Those are all my questions.
I will so move.
Sorry, we have a motion from trustee Otmar. I gave the second, and let's get everybody, including our trustee, our student representative, in on this one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
All right, it passes with our student rep vote plus 3-1. So thank you for that. And now moving on to resolution 1127. Again, Assistant Superintendent Jorn, this one is yours as well, on developer fees and Fund 25.
It's gonna be coming my way a lot tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
So we had to establish a Fund 25 for developer fees. This board did at one point establish a Fund 25. The Fund 25 expired with County Treasury some time ago because the district had never moved forward with the levying of developer fees. So to be clear with the board, we have been levying developer fees since the adoption of the developer fee study in the fall. And the way that the district has been tracking those developer fees is we've established a separate local within our SACS accounting code to track those fees as revenue as they're received. They're residing in the general fund. Before I can close the books this year, we need to move those over to Fund 25. So this is for the establishment of Fund 25 with County Treasury, whereby all of the developer fees raised by the district will reside. To date, I actually have the number. I think it's around $56,000 has been raised this year. I can give you the exact number if you just give me 1 second. Yeah, through April, 56,469.74 has been raised. To be clear, and this was established when we adopted the developer fee study, and at that time, the developer fees can only be used for capital improvements. The impetus for the use of developer fees is to expand or modernize facilities based on new residential and commercial build outs that might generate pupil population within our district. So we're asking the board to establish Fund 25 for us to move those funds that we've generated this year from the general fund into Fund 25. And any future spending associated with Fund 25 will be brought to the board and will be considered. And it has to be within the parameters of capital outlay, capital improvement. It cannot be used on, let's say, deferred maintenance and other items like that.
Great. Thank you. Any public comment on this? Anyone online? Lewis? No, and not seeing anyone stepping up to the podium. Let's go to the board, starting with our student rep. Any questions, concerns, comment? No? Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Moving on to the rest of the board. Anybody else?
I
Yeah,
have
go
two
ahead.
short questions. So once we start engaging this fund, will it exist indefinitely until we close it? Okay.
Absolutely.
And then I noticed in the resolution recitals that it says, that stakeholder input shall be solicited to inform the decision-making process of project prioritization and selection for the funds. So do we have an existing committee that will do that, or are we planning on establishing?
Yeah, we do not. I mean, there's been some discussion about what the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee role might be with this, but that's associated with Fund 21. So that's definitely not the case. At the rate of revenue generation, it's going to take us some time to build up Fund 25. So I think we do have time to establish whether or determine whether or not we'd like to establish, let's say, a facilities committee or some sort of a subcommittee body that does help establish the use of funds. And that's something that we should most likely entertain. But it's very specific how we can use these funds. So right now, the plan is to let the funds build up. And, there might be a potential for growth at one of our sites down the road. We don't want to set portables anymore, but there might be a potential growth project at our school sites. And this would be the very first fund we would go to for growth. Again, it's based on number of students that are entering our school district based on building.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we do have time. $56,000 this year is a good start, but there's not a lot of development in our community right now. But an oversight committee, such as a facilities committee, might be helpful in establishing how we spend these funds in the future. Good.
Okay, so TBD, How, like, are you thinking once it hits $150,000, it would engage a committee, or what are you thinking?
I wouldn't put a dollar amount on at this point. It's for capital outlay. So, most projects for capital outlay are going to be hundreds of thousands, as you mentioned, if not millions for expansion projects. My initial intent was if there was a project that was described as such, that was vetted through the informational process with this body, when we brought the item forward for approval, we would delineate how those funds would be spent in the fiscal impact section. But I'm taking direction of the board. If the board would like to set a dollar amount, we absolutely can do that tonight.
Can I make a suggestion? Just
Yeah, I'm
playing
done
off
with my
that?
comments. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but just before, if there was another, I wanted to follow this line of reasoning. Specifically, we have had the discussion of a facility needs and then facility master plan. And I think it would make a lot of sense to have this feed into that process so that if we had a facilities master plan down the road, this is the kind of thing that, that facilities committee that worked with the master plan, that these funds could be part of that process. Does that make sense to you as well? Or do you think the sources of funding might be difficult?
It makes sense so long as the funds are used for capital outlay. They can't be used for design development, professional development, things such as that. But yes, the intent is for Fund 25 to partner with Fund 21 and Fund 40 for capital outlay projects in the future. And Fund 21, as you all know, is our general obligation bond fund for Measure D. So yes.
And part of the reason I bring that up is I just don't want us to have a committee for every single fund. But if we have a facilities committee, they should be kind of overseeing these multiple funds all together.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
That's why I said, do we have one existing?
Right.
Is there any other board comment?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, is the facilities like just to grow, like to make campus bigger as more students come in? Like, is that what this is? Or is it like, so it's just like adding on to our campuses? Like, is that what?
Right. Yeah. So it's okay. Yeah. So Fund 25, which we're establishing, we levy developer fees when a developer comes into any developer that expands a home or a commercial property that, like an apartment complex, that might bring in new prospective students. The money that's generated is generated to help the district support growth within the district or modernization, right? So if we have to expand, add classrooms, add portables, that's what a lot of folks did for a very long time with developer fees, or modernize our classrooms to grow program. That's what the fees are established. The revenue, that's being generated off the fees is established for.
And there are limits, right? It's like, if you remodel your kitchen, you're not going to get dinged. But if you add 500 square feet to your home, there's going to be a developer fee associated with that. Oh, okay. So do we need to change anything or modify anything at this point? Or are we just looking to move forward with this? Like, board comment is all done now? Okay. So this is item D. Can we get a motion to move forward?
Also move to move forward with this.
I'll second. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Elliot, go ahead.
We have a motion from trustee Dr. Hazen and a second from trustee Carolyn Swanson. Everyone, including our student rep, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Jorn. And now moving on to resolution number 1128. And again, you're on
Me
deck.
again. So tonight I bring good news. This is related to the CalShape grant agreement. If I'm on the correct item, looks like I am 1128. This is the grant agreement between the California Energy Commission and our school district, which is going to fund the level 1 HVAC upgrades for our district. This was a project that was applied to on the tail end of the energy services agreement. The entity applied for this for our district. And as noted in the packet, we received $359,267 for 5 sites in PG&E 1 funding category. This is going to be initially for filter replacement of MER 13 filters throughout the entire district, as well as backstock and CO2 monitors installed in areas without CO2 monitors. I do want to mention that last year, the district applied for a California Department of Public Health grant for CO2 monitors. We actually were the first in the state to be awarded. So we do have CO2 monitors in every single classroom. Where we do not have CO2 monitors are the ancillary spaces. So we will now install CO2 monitors everywhere else aside from classrooms, because our classrooms already have them. This is a first step in the CalShape process. The very next step, phase 2 of this is applying for just over $2.4 million in CalShape funding for this school district to help us continue the efficiency projects within the district, primarily associated with air quality, renovation of mechanical systems and so forth. So I know we're already starting that with an energy services contract right now. That's only taking care of some of the work in this district that we need to complete. So this entire process, if we are approved for phase 2, which it's a good likelihood that we might, this district, might potentially have an additional 2.4 million towards energy efficiency projects. So with that, I'm just bringing forward the resolution tonight to adopt the California Energy Services Agreement proposal that we receive those funds.
Great, thank you very much. Louis, anybody online? Go out for public comment. Nobody online. Anybody in the room with anything on this particular item? Seeing no one, let's go to the board and our student rep. Any questions or comments on this particular item?
Sounds good.
Good.
Fine
Okay,
by
we're
me.
good. Board, the remainder of the board, anything? I see everybody shaking their heads. Looks like we're all good. So
I'll just a quick clarifying. I think I know the answer very clearly, but this has no impact at all on the ABM cost savings, correct? This does not factor into any, that agreement is completely separate. Like they don't get credit for anything we.
No, they helped us write the grant. But this is right now it's for filters. Oh, and if you're talking about future phase 2, no, absolutely not. The phase 2 component, the 2.4 million that we've also applied for,
Correct.
that's for future projects outside of the current
Outside
scope
of
of
the
work
current
within the
ABM.
energy
So
services.
if that saved
contract.
us money, that wouldn't let ABM off the hook for what we already agreed.
Oh
on.
yeah, absolutely not.
Perfect. Great. Just to be clear.
fantastic, free money. Did we go to we didn't go for motion yet, did we?
There.
Okay, all right. Can I get a motion? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, so I made the motion, trustee Otmar seconded. Everyone, again, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that. And now, Josh, you're off the hook for a minute. You get a breather. And Director Ariano, would you please come on up? And this is item F, Resolution 1129, Classified School Employee Week.
Yes, a very special night tonight. Claudia Ariano, Director of Human Resources. We're bringing forward Resolution 1129, proclaiming Classified School Employee Week from May 19th through the 25th. So just to give you a little bit of background, back in 1986, the California School Employees Association sponsored legislation to create Classified School Employee Week. Since then, California public schools have taken 1 week each May to recognize the outstanding efforts and contributions of classified school workers. Classified work includes food services, maintenance and operations, transportation, instructional assistance, paraeducator services, office and clerical work, security, library and media assistance, computer services, and many more. So therefore, we recognize classified school employees by board resolution proclaiming Classified School Employee Week from May 19th through the 25th. And this year's CSEA is celebrating this week by the theme of empowering generations. So our recommendation is for you to adopt this resolution. And if one of you would like to do the honors and read the resolution.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what you just said, the last bit. About who wants to?
If I can have a volunteer
somebody. I thought
to
you
read.
called out somebody's name. And it's like,
I have not
just-
called a name, but I think our board president will be the one who will be doing the honors tonight.
I second.
Yes. Yeah.
Would you like the resolution? I can give it to
I
you.
have it here.
You have it?
I believe I have it right here on the flip side here, Resolution 1129, right? Classified School Employee Week, whereas the legislature of the state of California has declared that May 19 through 25 of 2024 shall be Classified School Employee Week, a time to recognize the many contributions of classified school employees to public education. And whereas the education of our youth is imperative to our society, to California, to our nation, our world. And whereas our district Classified school employees are skilled personnel who serve our students and play important roles in the establishment and promotion of a positive instructional environment. And whereas our classified staff are dedicated individuals who perform outstanding work and have continued to offer exceptional support for our students, teachers, and administration. Whereas our classified employees deserve rightful recognition and public celebration for their caring, their deeds, and the incalculable contributions they made to California's public education system. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pacific Grove Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contribution of the classified professionals to quality education in the state of California and declares the week of May 19 through 25, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week in the Pacific Grove Unified School District. So, with that said, I'm trying to remember where we were. Did we do public comment? We did not yet. So, do we have any public comment in the room or online? No one. All right, let's go to the board. Board members, any comments?
I have a quick question. Will you remind us what you're doing for the classified employees during this time to honor them?
Yes, we actually got ahead of the game and we delivered goodies to our staff to recognize them for their service and their efforts and what they do for us. That's what we did last week.
So they got meals last week.
Correct.
Got
Yep.
it. Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Student rep, anything?
I think it's really beautiful to give some appreciation back.
It's
to
nice.
People doing good things for us, so.
I
like
do.
it as well.
And I have one question. Does Nurse Powley fall under this category as well or different? Okay. So,
Yeah, she
'cause I think
falls under.
yesterday was National School Nurse Day or the day before. But anyway, back to this. Can I get a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion to adopt resolution 1129.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Dr. Hazen and a second from trustee Carolyn Swanson. Everyone all together, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? I hope not. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we are going to move on to, well, you get to stay right where you are. Resolution 1130, California Day of the Teacher and Teacher Appreciation Week.
Yes, so resolution 1130, just like you have indicated, it is to proclaim California Day of the Teacher and Teacher Appreciation Week. So just to share again a little bit of background, back in the 1970s, the Association of the Mexican American Educators adopted the Mexican tradition of annually celebrating El Día del Maestro, which happens to be always May 15th, never changes. And this date is actually observed in other Latin American countries as well. In 1982, the Association of Mexican American Educators sponsored legislation, which was incorporated into the Education Code to establish Day of the Teacher. So the state of California has since then declared the second Wednesday in May as California Day of the Teacher. Therefore, we recognize our teachers with a resolution proclaiming May 6th through May 10th as Teacher Appreciation Week. And specifically May 8th as California Day of the Teacher. So felicidades, maestros. We love you.
All right, fantastic. And do we have anyone who would like to actually read it up?
I'll be happy.
Yeah, right.
This might be my first reading, so I apologize if I get it wrong, but so this is resolution number 1130, proclaiming California Day of the Teacher, also known as El Día del Maestro, and Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas teachers personify our society's belief that universal public education is key to meeting the challenges of a changing world, and the influence of a good teacher continues long after school days are only memories. And whereas teachers demonstrate and share their love of learning in the classroom every day and fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. And by doing so, are partners with parents in the community in inspiring students' dreams and laying the foundation for them to be good citizens. And whereas teachers strive to make every classroom an exciting environment where productive and useful learning can take place, and each student is encouraged to grow and develop, and where teachers reach out to foster the well-being of each student, regardless of ability, social or economic background, race or ethnic origin or religion. And whereas the board does applaud the unique and highly specialized skills and dedication required to meet the varied needs of the young people served by the district's instructional programs, and recognize that the quality of all students' educational experiences depends significantly and vitally upon the quality of their teachers who are entrusted with fulfilling the mission of education to prepare our students for the future. And now therefore be it resolved by the governing board of Pacific Grove Unified School District that Resolution 1130 be adopted to observe May 6, 2024 through May 10, 2024 as Teacher Appreciation Week, and specifically May 8th, 2024 as a California Day of the Teacher, by taking time to remember and salute the teachers who mold and educate our children, impact and enrich our lives, and thereby are critical to the constant transformation of our society.
Well done. Thank you. All right, so public comment on this particular item. Anybody online? No one online? Anybody in the room that has anything they'd like to say? Seeing no one, let's go. Let's start with our student rep, shall we?
I mean, just like, because we're talking about teachers and like the influence, like the impact they have over time. I know I've had like a lot of teachers throughout my time at PG who've just made such a positive impact, and I'm just so grateful for all the beautiful teachers here. There's just such a loving environment like a lot of our teachers create, where it's just so comfortable. If you need help with something, you can reach out for help, and like they're always willing to give it to you, even just for emotional support too. Like there's always like at least one, I think for most of our students at the school, like trusted teacher they can go and talk to, or staff member. So yeah, it's really beautiful. And no, I know especially like being a senior and like the year like almost coming to a close, it's just like it's really beautiful like how many amazing teachers I've had, and I'm just really grateful. And there's just teachers like I will remember for the rest of my life. And yeah, very, very grateful. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a true thing. I still, when I go back to Minnesota, there's still a couple of teachers that I see, and it's been at least 10 years since I've been in high school, if not more. So thank you for that. And yeah.
I mean, especially like the high school teachers, of course, but especially even like elementary school and middle school, like being able to have those teachers like growing up. Like I know, like, can I give a shout out, Marla?
Do whatever you want.
Like I know specifically I'm really involved in like musical activities. And specifically a teacher I had, Mr. Mazer, in middle school and some of elementary school. I've always been really involved in music, but like being able to have a choir teacher who was so supportive and like kept on encouraging you to audition for different things, and like even kids who like had just joined and weren't sure, like just that encouragement really like lifted me up to be able to continue all of that in high school too, and just like gain such a vast interest for it. So I'm just very grateful. And like also someone like because we're talking about like employees, okay, Christine Gruber too, queen, so much help. And also sorry, I'm like it just makes me so happy. And I've done youth ambassadors of Pacific Grove too with her, and just such a beautiful lady, and just so supportive, and I'm just so grateful. And like yeah, thank you. That's all.
That's amazing. I can't top that. Let's go. Let's keep going.
I'll go really quickly, give a shout out to Miss Linda, my preschool teacher, Miss Pat, my high school biology teacher, and Mrs. Morse, my high school chemistry teacher, for helping me become who I am. And all three of them queens for sure.
Well, for giving shout outs, Miss Thornburg. She used to imitate the church lady from Saturday or from is that Saturday Night Live? Wonderful. So I'm just glad that we're doing this. Everything that you said is spot on. I mean, we are really lucky to be in this district with so many teachers that care and love and support. And this really is such a tight community. And it's great that
it's generations, if we were just talking about this, generations of families have been through the same teacher. It's really beautiful. And so I'm glad we're doing this. So thank you to every teacher in our district that gives and works so hard every day to support all these kids. That's all.
This is so relevant right now too. Like before earlier, I was talking about AP testing, and it is a really stressful time for a lot of kids. And I know, like, especially like last year I only had one AP test, but this year I had three, and I had AP government, I had AP literature, and today I had AP psychology. And that is Miss Gona, Miss Grogan, and Miss Hall. And especially like in my experience, it's like I felt so prepared because I know I was so nervous going into it, but because of all the work we've done all year and the support from our teachers, it's like I felt really confident this year. And like today I had my last test, and I was just so grateful to be able to walk out like feeling like I was able to put in my best foot forward throughout this stressful time, you know? And yeah, it was a battle for me, and I'm just really grateful. I know a lot of students at our school feel the same way. So yeah.
It is kind of hard to top that, isn't it?
I mean, I will say thank you. I think thank you can go a long way, especially when, I don't know, like it's needed to be said by all of us, I think. So, thank you. And then I am certain that meals are probably happening for our certificated staff as well. So I think everyone is getting treated equitably. And if you wanted to, Claudia, feel free.
Yeah, I just heard you say the word meal. So I guess you could call that a meal, but it was a morning treat, which was bagels, donuts, fruit.
That's
Yeah,
a meal.
it was cream cheese. And I'm trying to remember what else we had there, but it was multiple things. They had coffee, someone said earlier,
Coffee.
and juice. So yes, that's what they received.
Thank you. As long as it's not soup. Soup's not a meal.
No, I actually wanted to bring them in and out, but we cannot afford that.
I'm just kidding. It's a Seinfeld joke. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Yeah, we'll get public. That's all I have. I'll make a motion unless Brian, you have anything further to approve this, and just need a second.
Happy to second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Carolyn Swanson and the second from trustee Dr. Hazen. Everyone all together, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
Can we take a break until 8:30 and then bust through the last 90
That's
minutes?
I would love to do that. I could
Okay.
use just some fresh air too.
Yeah, I need a
So,
cupcake.
Yeah, so.
I feel
all
my
right.
blood sugar is low. Okay.
We're gonna take a quick 5, and really, it's like, yeah, so 8:26, yeah, we'll come back at 8:31. Okay, thanks, everybody, for hanging in there. It was a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but appreciate it. We are now moving on to item H, another resolution, this one 1131, and Assistant Superintendent Jorn, this is you.
This is me. Yeah, so this is a relatively simple one. So we need to designate authorized agents for the Monterey and San Benito County JPA liability. Currently, I am the only authorized agent, and we need a second. Normally, it is the assistant superintendent and the superintendent of the district that are on the JPA, San Benito JPA liability board. So that's what I'm bringing forward tonight.
Nope.
Seeing none, so make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Aye.
And my mic's not on. Okay, and now anyone opposed, say nay. Saying no, and it passes unanimously. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jorn, and don't go anywhere, because now we have item I, which is contract with school facility consultants.
Thank you, President Swanson. So tonight I'm bringing forward a proposal from school facility consultants School Facility Consultants is the foremost expert in establishing baseline eligibility with the State Allocation Board and the Office of Public School Construction. I'm bringing them in as a vendor potentially to help the district establish our baseline eligibility with pupil grants. We've talked about this quite a bit about how this district had never adhered to the SB 50 state funding program in the past, and the board's direction, of course, was to move forward with that. It was also something that was brought up when Measure D was passed in 2020. So to bring school facility consultants in, they will establish. Let me take this mint out of my mouth. I'm sorry. I just can't barely talk with that in there. They will help us establish our baseline eligibility for pupil grant funding. So anytime that the district has a project, we submit that project to the Office of Public School Construction for review, and that project would receive, if approved, under modernization or new construction, 50% funding from the state paired with 50% funding from the school district, either via our general obligation bond or other means. So I'm bringing the proposal forward tonight. This is not the contract. The contract is our low-level contract that we will sign with them in-house. But I felt that it was important to kind of go through and have the proposal for the board to review tonight to see what it is they're actually doing for us. Beyond baseline eligibility, which they're going to establish for the district, which is establishing pupil grant eligibility, which is an exhaustive project. Beside that, in the future, I will be the one submitting applications to the State Allocation Board for funding release. So those are called SAB 5002, 5003, 5004 forms. This is something that I'm very familiar with. Due to capacity issues with me right now in my role, this is something I can't do the eligibility process. This is weeks. This takes a lot of time to establish. This requires ADA pupil counts for prior years. We have to go back 10 years and look at all of this. So they are the experts. They came highly recommended. Every single school district in our county uses school facility consultants. So that's what I'm bringing forward tonight for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Let's first go out for any public comment on this particular item. No one online. Anyone in the room? Anyone? No one. Okay, so now moving to board comments or questions. You answered mine already because I was wondering if other districts in the county were using them, and it sounds like everybody is. So okay, so thank you for that. Moving around, any other board members, questions, comments? Trustee Carolyn.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see. My question is, thank you for bringing this forward because it did seem like when we were kind of talking about bond extensions that came up that our district hadn't gone out for state matching funds. So I appreciate you kind of setting the groundwork for that. How far back date-wise can we go for state matching funds since we promised the public perhaps further back than 2020, but at least for sure in 2020 with that bond, that we were going to be doing this?
That's a great question. The district can go back. It is a great question because the district can go back so long as the district submits the proper documentation associated with those projects and their qualifying projects. So I would need to look at some of the projects that the district has done over the course of the last 4 years to determine whether or not they're eligible for pupil grant funding through the Office of Public School Construction. Things such as roofs and gutters are normally not the case. Playground installations are. I know we've done quite a few playgrounds in this district. So it would simply be establishing our baseline eligibility with the state. And what they basically tell us is you have X amount of what are called pupil grants, which equates to revenue. And then we submit a project. You can do that in arrears. And you can go back multiple years. The other component that I need everyone to be aware of here too is even for prospective projects, it takes quite some time to receive funding on these projects. I'll give you an example. When I was at the county office, it took us 7 years from the date of submission on a $12.5 million community school project to receive the funding. So it takes time. You get yourself in line, you're in a queue. And then once you get what's known as a funded approval from the state, you know the money's coming. It just might not be until the state has sold enough state bonds to fund that project. So I know it's a long way around to answer the question. But all projects that are eligible get in the queue. They are given a funded and unfunded approval from the state, and then you're just waiting for funding. There are 2 measures that are going to be on the November ballot. More likely than not, just one. It's Maritucci that's sponsored, and the governor is behind right now to backfill the SB 50 program because it's currently oversubscribed by $3 billion. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to get in line, establish our baseline eligibility. Because we're a district that does not have any baseline eligibility currently, we will have a ton of pupil grants associated with this district moving forward for any modernization and new construction projects we will have. It just might take time to receive that 50% funding.
Thank you. The other question is just kind of procedural. So in the cover sheet, it mentions that there's not to exceed $5,000 for extra services. There's like a flat 17.5, I believe. But I didn't see the not to exceed 5,000 for their hourly rate in the contract.
I'll make sure to memorialize that in our low-level agreement. The 22,500 for baseline funding eligibility was what we were bringing forward for approval tonight, which should include the $5,000 not to exceed. So if that was missed in their proposal, I thought I saw that in their proposal, but if it was missed in their proposal, we'll memorialize that in the low-level contract, pending whatever the board's willing to approve tonight.
Okay, so when it comes time for a motion, I'll make a motion that if it isn't in there to add it, if it is, fine, but regardless, I support this. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carolyn.
Any other questions, comments?
I guess the comment would just be, it makes plenty of sense. I mean, this makes sense. The time it would save makes plenty of sense. A question I had is, does that average about 7 years to receive funding?
It really depends on the state program. So as I mentioned, there's a $3 billion backlog of projects right now. So when, gosh, I want to say it was 2018 was the last time there was a bond on the ballot at the state level. The last time they tried to bring it forward, it was labeled as Prop 13 and that didn't pass. I wonder why. So yes, some projects are funded within a year or two, depending on how much eligibility the state has in the bond program. So if the Maritucci bill, for example, passes, and that's an $11 billion bill, that would fund the $3 billion worth of backlog and begin to fund projects that are currently in the queue, which we would like to get our projects in the queue.
Okay, and then as far as going back to recover state matching from previous years, is that something that it wouldn't be included in this, right? They would continue to, would we extend the contract? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I'm asking them simply to do the baseline eligibility forms. That's the 5001 form with them. To submit for project funding, I plan to submit the 5003, 5004 forms for state funding. It's a little bit less of an exhaustive process. It's, takes 2 or 3 hours to fill out a form and have the backup as opposed to going through 10 years of eligibility, which we're asking them to do for us as a consultant.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
My mic is off again.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve on staff's recommendation, ensuring that in the contract it lists that there's a not to exceed $5,000 for extra hourly rated work.
I'll second that with the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion from Trustee Carolyn and a second from Trustee Dr. Hazen. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing no opposition, passes unanimously. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jorn. Now moving on. This again is you. I thought this was interesting when you explained it to me, approval of commercial energy natural gas purchase. And I'm going to go find a tissue while you present.
Sure. Thank you, President Swanson.
Oh, great.
So as noted in the cover sheet, for the past 20 years, this district has purchased their natural gas at a wholesale rate through Spur. There really are only 2 to 4 different wholesale providers on the market. Spur has pretty much been the number one on the market that school districts adhere to. There was another called Tiger Gas some time ago, and I don't believe Tiger's any longer in existence either. So Spur is essentially not planning to sell wholesale gas to local educational agencies after June 30th, 2024. This is an impact to many LEAs, pretty much everyone in our county. And by wholesale gas, I mean, we do pay PG&E for delivery. And I do have Nick in the room if we have any questions specifically as it relates to not only the agreement with them, but how the gas is delivered and how the costs are kind of separated. But the district pays PG&E to deliver the gas, and but we're buying the gas per therm at wholesale instead of retail. PG&E is a retail rate gas provider, even though they charge us for the delivery for the pipe in the ground. But we're buying the actual gas itself, the fossil fuel, at wholesale. So we've been using Spur for a very, very long time. They're going away, and the district is looking to find another wholesale provider. We engaged with Commercial Energy. They provided in the packet a side-by-side cost comparison of Spur, the purchasing the district had been doing in the past, compared to their proposal, compared to the retail proposal through PG&E, and that's associated escalators and so forth. The nice part about Spur and the nice part about Commercial Energy is we can look at capping the price per therm in lieu of market fluctuation. So what I'm bringing forward tonight is a 1-year contract to give them the opportunity to provide this district wholesale gas at 6.644 cents per therm. There was no change. This does fluctuate quite a bit, by the way, so locking in that rate is very important for us. Over the course of the last 3 weeks, it did not change much, but when we first engaged, the rates were fluctuating quite a bit. So we do have a couple of options associated with this that the district will entertain. One is to just do a capped rate, and one is to do a fixed rate, right? So I'm bringing forward the fixed rate option tonight. And if you have any questions as it relates to the delivery or Commercial Energy, I've got Nick here in the room who's willing to answer those questions for the board.
Great, thank you. Let's first go out for public comment. Anyone online, Lewis? No one has any questions about gas delivery. Anybody in the room? All right, let's go to the board. Start down on with Dr. Hazen, please.
Just one quick question. You gave a projected cost based on a fixed rate, but do you have a rough estimate of what the projected cost was based on the fixed rate, if that's correct? What would be the projected cost based on the capped rate? Just out of curiosity, if there's any way to know that. Because I might have missed it, but I didn't see it in the. I saw it by therm per therm, but not for the total.
I'm just trying to pull the exhibits up right now.
Hi, good evening. So the capped rate is basically a cap in place so that you could never exceed that if the market does go up. So it's basically like an insurance policy, you can kind of think of it. So the cap rate will fluctuate based on where the market lands on the first of each month. So it will vary. As of right now, it is projected to land at 62.2 cents per therm. But that is based off of last night's close of the market, and it will change day by day as each market day trades in the future. But as of right now, it's projected to land at 62.2 cents per therm.
That answer your question?
Yeah, I guess, and maybe I'm wrong, but I was looking at I'm trying to see what page that is actually now, at 117, I think, in the packet that I have, but it looked like there was a 75,660 right for the supply charges with a fixed rate, but there was a 73,374 with potential with a capped rate. So I mean, I know it's a bit gambly, but it's just love. I mean, I think the rationale is keep it steady so we can provide a fixed estimate. That's even though it's a little bit more than the proposed.
Yeah, and when we looked at the market comparison, it's another exhibit that shows PG&E. One of the concerns that we had is when the market escalates, it quickly escalates. I mean, there was points where we were paying up to $1.99 or just over $2 a therm. So that's why when I was bringing this forward, we were looking at the fixed rate as an option. It's easy for budgeting purposes. Number one, yes, there's a possibility with the capped rate that we could save a little bit more money on the price per therm. But I like from the budgeting perspective, I know we're locked in at 0.644 cents per therm. No market fluctuation can affect it, and that's what I'm recommending.
And then my last question on that is just make sure I was reading it correctly. 30,709 cost savings based on the previous, not to mention what it would be with PG&E, which would be a lot higher.
Yes, that is correct.
Anyone else?
I have a question. So, first of all, it's similar to Elliot's question earlier, how we will track energy savings with ABM when we're changing our wholesale price of
Yeah, so by doing this, it actually works against ABM
Mm-hmm.
in reality, right? Because their entire model is based on a reduction of therms at a rate that's currently established. So if we're reducing the cost per therm, it actually impacts them in a negative way. It impacts us in a positive way. Because their analysis is based on, let's say, 100,000 therms at 55 cents. And let's say that with the reduction of the projects in the district, we reduced to 50,000 therms, but we've reduced the cost. So really, it actually works against their calculator, if that makes sense.
So did they have something in their contract that we're not allowed to do this, or they just left that door open?
Now, in their contract, they have assumptions in there for market fluctuation, right? So they know that market fluctuation can go up and can go down,
Mhm.
right? So they do have a variance in their calculator for their energy cost savings. But this is something that I'm certain that they're aware of because every local educational agency that they work with buys wholesale. But giving us a fixed rate is substantially lower than the rate established per therm when they did their analysis. So it actually does work against them a bit, but we do have a guarantee that is signed that they have to adhere to. So, and they did have to account for market fluctuation,
Mhm.
up or down.
Okay. I have I guess, a business model question for our guest tonight. So just to be clear, obviously the physical structure of the piping, et cetera, to get the gas to us is under PG&E, and we will pay PG&E for that. And then you are like, kind of like the distributor of the gas, not bringing it necessary to our door, but you're selling it to us for wholesale. So is it safe? Sorry, go ahead. You were going to
Yeah,
say.
that is correct. Yeah. So PG&E is the supplier of the natural gas. They are responsible for the delivery of it. So getting it from point A to the schools themselves. You're purchasing the commodity itself through commercial energy, or you would be if this was approved.
Okay. And then, so it's safe to assume that your company, your business model is that you perhaps buy in such volume that you are effectively buying the gas for less. We're paying you a premium on it, but the premium still makes sense for us because it's less than what we would pay retail. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board? All right, so thank you for the presentation. I think now we just need to see if we can get a motion to move forward. Anyone? All right, I'm going to make a motion to move forward, and can we get a second?
I'll second.
All right, so a motion was made by me, seconded by trustee Otmar. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for,
trustees. Good evening.
For answering those questions too. That was interesting. I learned more about gas than I thought I would ever know. Moving on to action discussion K. This is Pacific Grove High School roofing and painting project director John Anderson. It's all yours.
Good evening, everybody. So I managed to sit there and work on my computer until it died, so I don't have my computer to refer to. But anyways, the contract's there. We went out to bid and got a really good number. I'm excited about going on with the second phase at the high school. So any questions on the contract?
Well, first, let's go out to public comment on this. Is anybody online? No one, and I see no one in the room. So let's now go to the board. I did have a quick question. So where did I read here too that you know what? I don't have a question yet. I'm going to find my question and defer to the rest of the board and see if they can find theirs. So because I had
I've
it
got
here
a
somewhere.
question. Surprise, surprise. My question is about the template of the contract that was used. It looks like a new-ish template of a contract to me. Perhaps it's one we've used before.
It's the same contract we used last year.
It is?
Yes.
Because I'm so used to seeing, okay, I'm glad I'm asking this. So I'm so used to seeing the independent consultant agreement for contractors or for other entities. And so then seeing the construction contract, it made me think that we've adopted a new template, but you're saying this is not a new template.
This is the same lump sum contract we used last year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lump sum contract that we developed with Lozano Smith, Claudia Weaver with Lozano Smith for
Okay.
construction agreements that were used in the.
That was
project.
my question. So that's great. And then a follow-up to that, is it possible for us to put the templates of various agreements and contracts up on the website? Would you be
Sure.
open to that? I just think it's like a really good transparency move and good for vendors too, to be able to reference and see what we're going to ask of them in advance.
And it might be good for us to put a fillable document up there so that they could have access to it. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And then my last question, I did like how these contracts were asking for us to be added as an additional insured. How are we making sure that happens?
Their certificate of insurance that we receive associated with the contract execution will note that we're additionally
You
insured.
require that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
My question really was just about the amount that it's not anticipated to exceed of 855. It strikes me that those roofs are in disrepair. So I was surprised that that number was so close to the bid number, the bid amount.
It's strictly an estimate. You can never know
Oh, yeah,
exactly
once you
what
open it up, yeah.
you're going to find as far as wood rot and termite damage. I've walked the roofs and I've seen the area pretty well, and I've come up with the best estimation I can. So.
And is there attic space at the high school?
No.
In between, whatever in between the rafters
When
and
you're
ceiling?
in most of the classrooms there, if you look up, you're looking at the deck that the roof is on. Yeah, so there is no attic space. Yeah.
Okay, because my next question was going to be about mold, PG. So if not, then that's my questions. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Hazen?
No questions. I just want to make one clarification. I do not have any problem with your questions, Trustee Caroline. I really appreciate them. So when you said surprise, surprise, I'm like, no, this is good because
I was making a joke about myself. I didn't,
I wanted to.
I didn't
express
feel like you
support.
were giving me sass.
No, I just want to express the support because I do think it's good for us to have these discussions.
I'm full of questions, so I know
Okay.
that.
You kind of answered my question too about just so there's no attic space or anything like that. So you guys have found any of the wood rot, you've already found that. And so it's not like you're potentially encapsulating wood rot.
No, we've actually, in my scope description, it calls out for the roofers to do an inspection themselves once they take the gravel off the roofs. I've written that into the scope of work. We've also walked it already with the potential contractor, and they've gone around and poked the eaves and stuff and found potential areas. So we have a fairly good idea of what's there.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's the extent of my questions. Board, can we get a motion to move forward with that? It sounds like this is where we're going.
Also move forward with the contract as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Dr. Hazen, a second from trustee Otmar. Board, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Anderson. And don't go anywhere.
We'll stick
The
around for a
next
while.
item is item L, contract for services with Randazzo Enterprises for modular removal.
This wasn't actually on the Measure D list, but I felt it was something that really needed to be addressed sooner than later. So I've kind of added it to the scope of what I'd like to see done. And I think probably most everybody here would agree this needs to go away. This is probably the one place we have undesirable growth inside that building is absolutely unusable. It's, in my opinion, condemned. And so I'm asking to use Measure D 21, Fund 21 to remove this building from our campus.
Okay. Let's first go out to public comment. Louis, anybody online? Nobody wants to just pick it up and take it home and a backyard play room or anything like that? Nobody in the room? Okay. Oh. Dr. Hagquist. Yes, yeah, you want it, right?
Just real quick, I want to say that I'm strongly in favor of removing this building from the school. It's been there too long and it's just needs to go.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to the board. I have no questions on this. Dr. Hazen, anything?
Nope. I hope there'll be pretty flowers growing from where it was at some point for a little while.
I've actually written in the scope to plant wild grass there, so we're good.
Trustee Otmar?
That was my question. If we have an idea of what's going to happen with the space, and grass and flowers sounds great. Or just grass.
Trustee Carolyn?
I have a question about Measure D using it. So I think that we should clarify for my own benefit and maybe the public's benefit when we're talking about adding things to Measure D priority list. What project are we taking money from to do this?
Actually, what prompted me to decide to put this on is we're actually seeing some of our bids come in at under my proposed rates. So this is almost, I won't call it a free project, but from the savings of the other contracts that I'm bringing forward tonight, this is actually going to be able to be achieved from the savings that I had on the projected numbers for those.
What was the savings of the contracts?
Well, I'd have to have them all in front of me right now. And of course, my computer
Just a
died.
total
But
estimate.
just a guesstimate, we probably are saving across the three other projects that I'm bringing forward tonight, probably around 40 or 50,000. And this is a very small ticket item. So
Okay, so your other contracts had a baby and this is the project that's
there you
gonna
have it. That's
be
a good way to put it.
happening. Okay. Okay, I think that's really good. I would love to see that in the future staff reports if we're gonna add, say that we're adding something to Measure D. I think it's really important to have the messaging, either we're running out of Measure D money or we're not, right? So we need to just be really clear about
Well,
that.
in all essence, I believe this also fits the spirit of Measure D and the fact that
The language that we promise the
it
public.
does.
Okay.
It calls for safety, and I think this is absolutely a liability and safety item for us that needs to go away.
Yeah, I agree. It should be removed. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think we heard from every board member. I'm going to make a motion to approve this item, action discussion L, Pacific Grove High School modular removal. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, I made the motion. Trustee Otmar gave us a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Anderson, and don't go anywhere. Next item is Forest Grove Elementary School roofing and painting project.
And again, this is a continuation of essentially phase 2 of what we did last year. This will be buildings B, C, and D. Fairly straightforward project, just roofing, painting, and gutters like we did the prior year. And this will actually complete all the original buildings that were built at that school. So the only thing left would be the modulars after this to address. So making good progress.
Terrific. Thank you. Let's first go out. Any public comment? Anyone online? No. Seeing anybody in the room coming up? Okay, so let's go to the board. I don't have any questions on this particular item. Anybody else?
I've got a timing question. Is that okay? I remember last year, by the way, I'm in favor of this, but I remember last year summer school for the elementary kiddos was held, at least part of it at Forest Grove. And it was kind of hard for me, dropping my kid off, seeing bits of roofing and whatever else going into the air, and also dropping off my kid who has a history of respiratory distress. So how can we schedule this so that the students are not there when certain parts of it are happening?
So summer school's been moved to Robert Town this summer.
That is fabulous. Okay, and no roofing, et cetera, is happening at Robert Down this summer.
We're going to do a couple of projects at Robert Down, but not roofing.
Okay, I'm writing that down. I'm happy to document that right here. Thank you so much.
Any other board member questions on this item?
I'll just say quickly, part of the reason we're seeing this glut is because we do have summer coming, right? Just that this is the time to get a lot of this work done.
Right.
I'm also assuming we'll probably see more on the next board meeting as well.
Yeah,
I think this is the full.
I have one more project that I actually had a bid walk for today that will go into contract for, and that's for the middle school. And then that's the completion of what I've taken out to bid. The rest of the small projects will be off of our CUPCA folks. So
awesome. Thank you.
All right. I think we've gotten through all our board member comments.
Fine.
What?
You mind?
Yeah, no.
I also wanted to note that just like last summer when all these projects come forward, this is when we start kind of our marketing as a district campaign, showing our community what it is we're doing with the Measure D dollars. I think that's important to note. Throughout the school year, there's not a lot of that movement because the students are in school, but now we're really trying to push through these summer months to get a lot of these projects accomplished. So you're going to see a lot of updates, pictures and updates and so forth, just like we did last year associated with Measure D, as well as incorporating those into our website. So just to be aware of that.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion? Someone.
I'll move to accept.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from trustee Otmar, a second from trustee Dr. Hazen. All in favor? Say aye.
Oh, sorry, aye.
And anyone opposed? No. All right, so it passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Anderson. And again, don't go anywhere. Item N, Pacific Grove High School and Middle School gym floor refinishing.
Okay, so the gym floor at the high school is actually it needs a thorough refinishing, and there's about 21 spots there that need wood floor repairs. And then we also have the middle school, which was put in not very long ago. It's my understanding within the last 6 years. But we have a condition there where there was, instead of the lines being painted on, they used vinyl stickers, which are peeling off. And so we have, layers of flooring coming up with that. So we're at the point now where that becomes a safety issue. So we're going to refinish both the floors, and we're actually going to repaint, not use vinyl at the middle school. So the person that has been selected, Steve Hart, he's the one that did the high school floor originally. He's quite an artist, and he's really good at what he does. And so we're very fortunate to have him as our bidder. And he's going to very similarly paint a logo in the middle rather than having a vinyl logo at the middle school as well. So it's just really going to be a great upgrade for the middle school and both the high school.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go, anybody online with public comment? And I don't see anybody else in the room. So moving to board comments or questions. Anyone?
I appreciate you telling us that the vinyl stickers are not the way to go for a long-term solution. It does frustrate me, but I'm hopeful that this next round will last longer. And as a trustee, I'll just put in my contractors folder of expertise in my mind that when I see one of these come through, we need to make sure it's not vinyl stickers. It's disappointing. So this is how I end up going on these deep dives of like a contract that comes to us, because even I know no one in this room really was here when this decision was made, but it's just a bummer. So waste of money, but thank you so much for making it better for the future.
All right, anybody else?
I guess this is just a question about the vinyl stickers from 6 years ago. Do we have access to that contract, that there's some type of a guarantee on the work?
I'm sure we have access to the contract,
It
but
seems
it's
like such a
standard is 1 year for workmanship.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's in public contract code.
Hot diggity dog? Well, if you feel like it, but I don't know that if it's under warranty, I wouldn't want them to come back and work on it again.
Right.
So, yeah, just a question, but right on. That's all I have.
I would love to make a motion to approve John Anderson sitting back down and the services with Hart Floor. No offense intended, but for your own resting of your feet.
All right, and I will second that along with the approval of Pacific Grove High School and Middle School gym floor refinishing. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Wait, aye. Aye. All right,
Aye.
anyone opposed? Okay, so passes unanimously. Director Anderson, thank you so much.
Thank you, board.
That was said with love, to be very clear.
Moving on, action discussion. This is item O, proposed board calendar future meetings.
Right, well, really, I think the only additional one we've added recently was the July meeting, which we now have as a special board meeting. But really, we have 2 meetings in May, which had already been pre-scheduled, and our meeting in June, in addition to our governance training that we have scheduled for the end of May. But that's what we have on the calendar. Any comments or questions in that regard?
I have no questions at this point in time. We'll have to go to public comment first. Louis, anybody jump online? No one. Okay, anybody in the room? No one. All right, board. Yes, trustee
I've got a
Carroll.
question. I'm just full of them. So I noticed that board goals is listed for May 9th. Will you remind me? I know you had a plan for that, but what
Well,
is it?
that's going to be part of our governance training. So we probably really should make an adjustment to that and move it to our governance training.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other, I just have a comment. So, about special meetings going forward, if the rest of, the board agrees. So, I was kind of hoping when we are testing out this, one regular board meeting and then like a special deep dive, I was hoping that those special meetings were really reserved for like one, maybe two deep dives, and that the agendas didn't really reflect what a regular meeting would have. So for example, having consent, having action, having info on them, except for those special deep dives, if that's possible. It's created a little bit of confusion in the public because they'll see the agenda, which looks very similar to a regular board meeting, but then they say, but wait, we don't have a spot for non-agenda comment items. And so it has this appearance, even though we're doing everything by the book, it has an appearance that those meetings are not warmly inviting public comment. For me, the reason I'm asking for my own selfish reasons is I really want to be able to do a deep dive on topics, and we keep running out of time because we're just trying to pack so much in. So like I think that's it. So if those special meetings could truly be special and just have one or two deep dives, it's totally fine. I think personally, if they have closed session makes sense to me, but the other stuff, it's just a regular meeting. So if we're gonna do that, then we might as well just have two regular meetings. But that's my, just my comment on that going forward.
Okay. Other board member comments? Okay. Then I am going to make a motion to approve action discussion. Well, do we have to? It's like there's. Yeah.
With the modification of moving the.
Yep. Okay. So item O, proposed board calendar, future meetings. So I will make that motion. Can we get a second?
I'll second it.
All right. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Now, information discussion A, I think, is where we are next, right?
Indeed.
Which is our TK registration policy, AR 6170.1.
Yes, thank you, President Swanson. So this administrative regulations is intended to accompany the board policy that we have currently that speaks to our registration process for TK specifically. And so this was developed by staff to provide some guidelines as to how we go about placing students specifically who are enrolling in TK, in particularly when, it's students who are not necessarily neighborhood students. So if you turn to page 2, you'll see that really that's where we're listing, what the criteria are in the order of, how we've prioritized each of those guidelines. And you'll see the first priority is that, yes, we are wanting to accommodate students at their neighborhood schools. So that will, always be the first criteria that we look at. And then really, I think, it comes down to, it gives us some guidance as to how we will make decisions when it comes to inter and intra-district transfers specifically. And so that's really where, the priority comes in, and the guidance will serve us well in making some of those decisions. So really, this is not something that requires board approval. It really is, we're asking for your direction and input on the policy, given this is something new. So questions and comments and discussion.
We go out for public comment on this first, right? And I don't think we have any. So, all right, we'll move this to the board.
If I can, just two quick questions. The item 3 there, that will not be prioritized for placement. Is it that it will not be prioritized, or will be prioritized after first and second? That might just be a wording issue. It seems like there's still it's being prioritized over like a Monterey family that wanted to have their kids at a specific site, I would guess, right?
Yes, well, that is
So,
correct.
so that's just a minor wording
Okay.
change. The other thing I was just gonna ask about, because I know it's a discussion here, and this AR I didn't see it on here, is will there be decisions made on the classroom sites every year? Is it the current plan moving forward multiple years or will the sites always be staffed based on registration numbers, if that makes sense? Because I'm just wondering if that's something useful to have in this AR.
I think that will always be something that we look at first as far as what the enrollment is and, the projected enrollment, and then decisions, will be made, based on that. Absolutely. Within reason.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just suggesting it might be good to have that as part of the AR. It's just that we're going to say that the number of classrooms per site will be determined based on enrollment numbers. Will be based on enrollment numbers after first priority, after second priority, after third priority. You know what I'm saying? Just so again, just the transparency and clearness so that we
Sure.
have
Yeah.
that if it's possible.
Yeah. Yeah. We can add that language. Yes, indeed.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it, Dr. Hazen? That's good. Trustee Otmar and Aggie? Okay. Yeah. Trustee Carolyn?
Yeah, I do have something. Thank you. So I really appreciate Brian and Linda and Josh putting this on the agenda as its own item, because when it first came to the policy committee, it was a draft and it felt really important to line out how we kind of make this decision, just for clarity's sake, right? For many reasons. And I think there may be at some point us doing something like this, honestly, for all grades, because we've heard that come through as well. So that's kind of on the policy committee radar. And then I was reading this AR myself, and I still have questions. So we got a draft. This is version 2. With some additions from what was generated from the policy committee. I think it still needs some work. I like what you brought up, Elliot. I agree with that fully. I was curious where it says final registration on page 2, and it promises that within 45 days of final registration, parents will be informed of their child's placement for enrollment. I'm not in the day-to-day operations of the school, but I know that as a parent, I saw how it was really necessary to have flexibility for placing students up until kind of the last minute, even though maybe it's not ideal for a parent, but like my kid had to change a class like the day before school started one time. And so there's just so many components to that. So I would, I don't know, I would just say, make that so it fits the needs of like our entire operation. Moving on, I didn't see any mention of students with disabilities in this. And I know that once a student is eligible for special education, their placement happens regardless, right? We're following the IEP team's decision and that IEP contract. So, I think that we should put a little disclaimer that because as a parent who has a kid who is eligible for an IEP, you may read this and go like, I don't see myself in this AR. So I think that some sort of addition of that, just clarifying, hey, kids who are eligible, they're going to get placed how the IEP team decides. And then I wasn't sure about on page 3 at the top where it says number 4, if the maximum number of students enrolled is met at a particular site, there will be a lottery for placement of students. Can you give me an example of what that looks like?
I'm going to go ahead and turn to Assistant Soup John for that one in particular, because I know that is used in some other districts, and
Yes.
we've discussed that. Yeah.
Right. So if we have, say, 5 eligible classrooms in the district, 4 eligible classrooms in the district between 2 sites, and one site is getting to be capacity with staffing and with facilities, there would be a lottery for those students to be pushed to the other site. That's what we're referencing. This is what PGUSD does with their TK program. That's where the language came from. So neighborhood schools always get priority placement, and then we fall to intra-district transfers, which are folks that reside in one boundary area that would like to go to another. And then we move to inter-district transfer students, which are students that are coming in from outside of our district. A lot of them actually in this district are the students of staff that do not live in this district, but their students go to our schools. So priority placement is mentioned. Number one would be those neighborhood school students. If we end up if we end up in a position where we are at capacity with our classrooms and with staff, and the numbers are still greater for pre-registration or registration at that site because of the IDTs, intra and inter-district transfers, that's when the discussion about a lottery would fall into place.
Okay, I think it was confusing to me because if it says if the maximum number of students enrolled is met, so I'm thinking to myself like, okay, they're at say 24, one classroom.
Yeah.
Then there will be a lottery for placement of students. So I'm like, wouldn't those number 25 on just be placed at the other school? Or am I just simplifying it in my mind and it's actually more complicated?
That's not what's been done in this district. So we're trying to memorialize a process that would be equitable. So if we have 2 classes at one site, that's 48 students, and we have 55 that would like to be enrolled. That gives us 7 students over. You're right, those students should be moved to another school site. That's actually a bad example because it's a lottery.
But wouldn't, because we're prioritizing, oh, sorry, were you done? You were not done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if we have, I'll give you a better example. If we have 40 students, we have capacity for 48 at a school site, 2 classes, and we have 40 students, neighborhood students that are enrolled, and we have 10 IDT intra-district transfer students, but we can only place 8 of them at that school. That's when the lottery takes place. Out of those 10, we have to pick 8 to fit them at that campus. The other 2 would then move over. That's the example that was discussed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the
maybe,
non-neighborhood school students.
so is it still accurate to say if the maximum number of students enrolled is met at a particular site, there will be a lottery? Is that still accurate?
I guess I would have the priority there. If priority 1, 2, and 3 are met.
Well, maybe.
So like if we-
That's a great way
Yeah.
of putting it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elliot.
Yeah.
Okay, then the last contribution to this I have is in the site staff processing, it says that when a parent guardian who is a resident of a school's attendance registers, the staff is to determine if there's room for placement. Okay, that makes sense. And then it says if there's no room, provide the families with directions to the website to fill out the intra-district transfer form. So we're making family, I just want to say that out loud. Like, are we okay? Like, we're in the public service business. Are we okay making parents effectively kind of like register twice, or are they just registering once and then they're filling out a form?
Yep.
Second,
That's how it works. They register at their home school site,
okay,
and then they have to go and fill an intra-district transfer form out online, which goes through my residency office and gets verified before they can be moved and placed. It's just the second step of registration. A lot of the time when families register and they already know where they want to send their child, they actually register and file the intra-district transfer first. And then that information resides at their school site of residence. And then if the intra-district transfer is approved, their student is moved over to the other school site. Registration has already been completed.
okay, they're not having to upload their PG
No.
twice. Okay, if that, I can see how that's reasonable. I would just say, if it isn't already, can you please make that intra-district transfer form something they can fill out online so they don't have to have a printer or be able to scan it or whatever? Is that possible for ease?
Not only is that possible, that's where we're going. I'd like to go to fillable, accessible forms online, and we're working on that right now.
Can that
So,
be like one of the first ones that happens like by the school year?
Yeah.
Test it out, send me the link and I'll be your tester.
Yeah, and they would fill it out. They fill it out. It gets PDF emailed to us. We review
That's
it. If
great.
it's an inter-district transfer, we actually send it to the home district for the family. We do all of that internally. And if they're an PGUSD student and they're working in our district, we do that for them. But you're right. Instead of printing it out, I mean, they're going to have to sign it.
It just,
but
yeah,
it would be
someone has
nice.
a printer. If
Yep,
it's
yep,
online, they can do it
understand.
on their work break. So,
Absolutely.
okay,
Less paper.
that concludes my comments. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for listening to those.
Is it everybody? Yep, I think so. So, I mean, this is an information discussion item. And does any board member have any objections to another board member's suggestions? I think you guys have all the notes on
We do.
some of these
Been really
tweaks.
helpful. Thank you.
I'll just thank you guys again, because getting this clear and transparent, I think will be, not that it's competition, but I had a lot of other districts in running this out, so thank you.
No,
Yeah,
thank you.
it'll make for a nice reference document when it comes up again, because it'll come up again and be able to just, here it is.
Yeah, and I appreciate the clarification too. I mean, that makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on to pre-qualified vendor list. Is that what's next?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was
we'll put it
stuck
there.
down
Oh,
at
gosh,
the
that's right.
bottom there. This is in the packet, runs from page 171
Whew.
to page 619. It's a lot. But there you have it. It is information discussion. Let's first go to public comment. Anybody online with anything? Anybody in the room? My only comment on this is that it looks like it was a tremendous amount of work, but I appreciate the way that it was presented, because it's really easy to be able to go through and see what happened, especially the summary sheet, when you can look at it and go, all right, that was fine, that was fine, that was fine. My only issue is that we killed a couple of trees in printing out all this stuff, but we'll recycle. So that's all I have. Any other trustee comments?
I have a very specific question that I don't know if we need it, but the actions requiring the 2/3 vote membership of the board on page 611 out of 630 on mine. So you have this situation of a 3-member, a 5-member, and a 7-member. What happens if we have a 5-member board and 1 board member is absent? What constitutes, I mean, I would assume
Hold on,
3 of
611.
4, but I'm just, yeah, I'm sorry. Or you can go, if you're having a computer, it's actions requiring a 2/3 vote of the membership
Okay,
of the
yeah.
board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the fact that it's defined this. I'm just saying, you know, because it gives examples with absence. If you have 7, it's just like, it seems like this could be just very simple. If you have 7, this is, I mean, 2/3 is an easy calculation. 7, it's 5. If it's 6, it's this. If it's 5, it's this. If it's 4, it's this. Because I'm just thinking in a situation like us where we have 5 and 1 is absent,
Oh, do we still need?
I mean, then we only need 3. Because a 3-1 would be a 2/3 vote, right?
Yeah.
And it's just, that's not, if we want to be nitpicky, that's something I think we could be explicit here. Is just saying, but again, I don't know. I don't delve into the policy very often, so this is.
What? You're
more
not
than
reading it?
justified.
You're not reading it periodically in the packets?
I am reading. Delve is a different level.
Okay.
I would say I don't normally have questions to this level of mathematic calculation and specificity. I did not see that. I see it. You're right. Right, yeah.
Specific actions.
It's just one of the things,
Mainly
like,
on
when we start giving,
resolution.
I'm not a fan of giving partial examples when there's
Yeah.
holes. Like I would just either say
Mhm.
2/3, ask your middle school math teacher, or otherwise,
It's interesting. It doesn't just say majority.
yeah.
There is some super majority wording, I think, and 2/3. I think, we had a governance training and Lou brought that up and it kind of dazzled my mind because I never knew that we need a majority. It's not just the majority of the quorum that's
Right,
present, it's the
right.
The
majority
majority
of
of
the
your
board.
total number of the board. That's, I do remember.
So
referring
it may
It would
be
be
lurking,
Yeah.
it may be lurking in another policy.
Yeah.
Do we want to pay to ask legal or do you want to let it go?
No, I would say how about we put I'm gonna
Put
forget.
it in the parking lot?
Tickler, is it feeler? What's
In
the-
it? Oh, you want to tickle it?
I want a tickle item.
Yeah, but what's the tickle item?
Then next time.
Oh, at governance?
Next time one of the board or at the policy meetings, if you guys see it again, it would be great just to
We
like,
asked Lou.
be specific, to put a pin in it if it comes back up, like if it
Okay.
gets
Do you
reconsidered.
want to, so you would tickle that in your calendar for the governance training because
can do
Lou's
that.
going to be there. That's free Lou time.
Okay,
Let's
Okay,
ask him.
There we go.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put
that's
it in a tickle item in for the government.
Free.
Lou.
That's
It's
swamp
really
and
not
math
free,
right
but-
there.
Yeah.
Free
So,
Lou
yeah.
time, what we're paying for.
Okay, but that's all. Otherwise, I have no more concerns with
Great,
this. I just
thank
wanted to
you.
mention that.
Okay, any other board questions or comments on that particular item? Seeing none. All right, so we can now move on to pre-qualified vendor list, Assistant Superintendent Jorn.
Thank you, President Swanson. So this actually came to the attention of the district from the sites, and our office, Carly Adams, maintains an entire spreadsheet of all of the vendors within the district that were, we document vendor forms, when the vendor was brought into the district, how many times the district has used that vendor, fingerprinting and so forth. So we've been kind of maintaining this repository of information for some time. And I don't recall where it came. I might have been at a staff meeting where there was a question about, well, is there a possibility that the district can pre-approve every year an annual list of pre-qualified vendors that the board would approve annually? We revisit this every year, once a year. So that the sites would not have to continue to bring contracts forward for those pre-qualified vendors. So I gave an example earlier, which was, one of the food service vendors that comes to our sites regularly. So they would be pre-qualified on the pre-qualified list. We would have all of their documentation on file. They would have fingerprinting on file. If they have updated fingerprinting requirements, we reach out to them as they retain new employees. But then the sites would not have to bring a single contract, low-level contract forward every time they would like to bring that vendor on site. So that's the impetus for this, and that's what I'm bringing forward to the board tonight for consideration.
All right, let's first go out for, thank you for the explanation on that. For any public comment? Seeing none in the room, let's go to the board. Board? Anyone?
Just quickly, it sounds like this improves efficiency and will help all parties. And based on some of the things I've heard from the PTAs when I was getting new vendors can be difficult at the various sites. So I'm really appreciative of this item. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that when I was looking at this, my concern was if the vendors are getting new employees, is the fingerprinting kept up with? But you answered that. How often is it? Whenever they get new employees?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
And this is an info item tonight. I just wanted to share the concept
Sure,
with the
yeah,
board
I love-
and the current repository of information. What we would do, just like we do for CUPCA informal bidding, is we'd bring it back under action once a year if the board so desires. We're just looking for direction.
Yeah, I think that this is great. I agree that it's a time saver, and it feels if we have a list of vendors that are reliable and safe, then wasting the paper and the time just to me doesn't make sense. So thank you for this.
Just one more quick clarification if I can. Would there be like an advertisement placed in the newspaper? Like, hey, if you want to get pre-qualified, here's the process. Like, so we could actually try to recruit some folks in to kickstart it?
That's a great idea. That's exactly what we do for informal bidding for CUPCA.
Yeah.
I don't see why the district wouldn't do that. It drums up more activity, more vendors. So absolutely, we're open to that.
Extra taco trucks.
Yeah.
Just
Right,
saying.
not just 3 or 4 vendors that are used to working for us.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can do that.
I have a lot on this one. I think this is a bad idea. I think if we really want to do it, it's like a baby cupca, right?
Right.
Kind of thing. Okay. Just so for example, because I feel like I should explain myself. So like, contracts with psych ed services, which are for additional contracted services for IEPs. When those come through in the packet, for me, contracts are a way for staff to communicate to the board, and it kind of gives me a temp check on where we're at in our district and what the moving parts are doing without me having to really fill up Linda's inbox with specific questions. So this, as it is, I think it like makes me very uncomfortable. If we end up the majority agreeing on it, in the future, I would want us to put some sort of guardrails up. Like, is there a dollar threshold for these contracts? I think it sounds good in theory, but being efficient is not the same as transparency and effectiveness. So this to me, this makes me super uncomfortable. I don't think, I guess my question is, how would the board know that any of these things are taking place in our district if the contracts aren't coming in the packet?
Yeah, and I should have prefaced it, and I think I put it on the cover sheet. It's only the highlighted ones that we are recommending. Again, the discussion tonight is just the highlighted entities, not everyone on this list. I didn't mention that because you brought up psych ed services, and of course we'd bring those contracts forward.
Okay.
So really it's just like, it's, you know, the Tacos Don Beto, Bratwurst, Kona Ice, Miss Party Mama, those type of companies.
Mm-hmm.
I could develop a pre-qualification, well, I would need to develop a pre-qualification process to advertise for this. So we can develop a pre-qualification process that includes thresholds, absolutely. If that's what the board so desires, or if you're willing to have this as a process being entertained by the district. You know, we were just thinking that it simply doesn't make sense to continue to bring like a few $100 contract to the board multiple times a year when the entity, or maybe we're looking at bringing the, like Tacos Don Beto as an example in, and they have a contract for lump sum amount, which covers like 5 different events that year, right? That might be something we should explore. I think that, like I said, the impetus was the sites were asking. We have a lot of very small, low-level contracts that go to the board that take staff time to prepare. And if the district is already maintaining a repository of information on those vendors, would this not be a possibility? So that's why I'm bringing it forward, and it's for discussion tonight. So
Yeah, could I follow up on that just really quickly? Or do you have another time?
I have a couple other things to say, and then please do.
That's great.
So from my understanding, the PTA contracts only come to us for liability reasons because those funds are completely separate from PGUSD. I think that what we're describing here is what consent is made for, and that's how I'll leave it.
I was going to ask just a little bit higher level about the practices more broadly, like whether it's the history of PG. Like my understanding is that it has not always been the place that every contract comes in front of PG board, for example, or has not always been the case where, and I'm thinking again, things like food vendors, not.
Are you the mic on?
Yeah, it's on. Okay, I can move it closer though. So I'm just going to ask that, is like, is this the norm in the district that all, I mean, historically in the district or more broadly in the county, that all contracts are brought to the board, or is that something that varies district by district?
I would say it varies district by district. Yeah, I've seen very, very little low-level contracts come forward. I've seen every single contract come forward. It's kind of, I don't believe there's like a standard operating procedure that every district follows.
Right, because the consent agenda takes the work off of our time, which is good, but it doesn't take the work off the staff, right? They still have to prepare those small.
Well, they're still going to generate the contracts regardless, right?
They would generate the contract regardless. It just wouldn't end up in the board packet.
It wouldn't be in.
Okay, so it's more the preparation of the packet then, I guess is what I was.
Yeah, they just have to toss it in the pack. But I like your question. Can I answer that?
Please.
I like your question because I feel like it's speaking to policy. And so if we want to look at our policy for what comes to the board and doesn't, I mean, that's a valid request and we can look at it and we should just be following policy. So if we're going above policy, I'm not a fan of going above policy. I think policy is fabulous and it's there for safety of the district, of the students, of the staff, and we should follow it. So can you forward us I think there's a couple policies that dictate when contracts come to the board.
Yep. So
I would love that.
And just to add would be for this, I think defining guardrails. I mean, the point you brought up there is, I don't think necessarily, maybe it's a dollar amount, but also like, if it's educational, there's a good reason it probably should come in front of the board. But if it's a vendor.
I mean, PTAs are, they're so adjacent to us. Like, it makes me sad that we're ever slowing down a PTA, although I realize that some oversight needs to take place for just the it's almost a formality, right? For our liability insurance. So maybe those could be in like a consent batch. And it's kind of described like in the cover sheet, like this is not really for the board to pick apart. We're not supposed to be saying, did you consider other taco vendors, like type of thing. We're really just for liability, because PTA is sacred to me. I have a lot of confidence in them. So if we can make it easier, but also transparent, I'm open to that.
And there's the hybrid things. Like I remember the back to school or Rubber Down recently, like that was paid for out of site funds.
That should come to us.
See, I would argue if it's a taco vendor, like, I'm happy.
And it's PGUSD money and liability. So that one I would say. So we can talk
this
about
is why
maybe we
guardrails.
bring, it comes up. He emails us the policies and then maybe we have it as like its own item on the agenda and we talk about it.
That'd be great.
Okay.
May I bring up another?
Of course.
So Josh, you talked about, having, let's say it's just keep going back to the taco truck. So if the taco truck we know that we're going to use this taco truck 5 times in a year, perhaps the contract just comes through one time. And we have the contract for 5 times throughout the year because we know that we're going to be utilizing that service or that company. And then they don't have to keep pumping a contract out. So that could be a time saver. Same thing for, whoever we're using multiple times in a year. I mean, if it's Beam Video and Photography or Ben Katz Photography, if it's something that's happening multiple times, maybe that's just a way to condense it to make it a little bit easier.
Could I add a thought on that? Because I
Yeah,
mean, we
please.
do this with contracts where you say, we are agreeing for $2,000 for one visit up to 5, right? We could have a contract that says that. So we're saying we're approving up to 5 times for the taco truck, but right now we're just approving this one because that's the request being. And so that might be a way at that where we're getting, the one thing I worry a little bit, because if we approve 5 times, we're not, what if someone wants to bring in, a different taco
Right.
vendor or
Right.
really is craving Korean food for their
Yeah.
event, right? So we want to make sure we're not.
Maybe
limiting
up to a certain dollar amount, or I don't know. Yeah. That's not my.
Yeah, good discussion. I mean, and that's kind of why we're fleshing this out here,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, the concept of bringing a single contract forward with, up to 5 times at the rate of X, right? That's one way you could do it. And you establish in the fiscal impact, every single site has a fund code, right? So that it's all been established when it's brought to the board. This vendor will only be at these 3 sites. This is how much it will cost, but it's a not to exceed. That's one way. I think the other way to look at it is absolutely, we look at policy. So what type of contracts does the superintendent or designee have the authority to approve up to a certain dollar amount? I mean, we should be looking at our board policy, and I think that's probably a good place to start here. So as Trustee Carolyn mentioned.
I see a staff member, but I also know that we close public comment. So I'm wondering.
Board member might want to ask a member of the public a question, and I would.
I'll
I
let,
would love
I'll,
to
I'll
ask-
defer to the president, but just, yeah,
but
work
I
it
would
however you
love
need to work it.
Get your opinion on it if you wouldn't mind.
the staff,
I
yeah.
really want my opinion, and I only here because Buck said I could. No, I just want to mention, this is a great discussion and I'm really glad we're having it. One of the 8,000 hats that I have on this year is, I'm a co-leadership teacher. And I just would like to kind of put in the student side of this, that sometimes, when we, like, for an example, we had our vendors together for a long time for a DJ. At the last minute, the DJ could not make it and we were scrambling, and I cannot tell you how stressful it gets up there, because it really does, with the leadership class, it requires, we're putting in the paperwork for leadership to vote on it. Then it has to go through Felicia's office, through the student store, and then it gets here, and we oftentimes can't get it in the packet, so we're doing it after the fact anyways. So it is that is the most stressful job I've ever had in a school, is doing leadership. It's hats off to everyone who does it and loves to do it. But it's, if we could, even if we're having a pared down list, because I understand, like, you guys have a lot of things that you're looking at. But if you do create a list, it would be great if you could consult with the leadership teams, both those classes at the middle school and the high school, to look at what are the things. We tend to use the same things over and over again. But if we had a way where, if one DJ says, I can't make it, I'm very sick, we have somewhere we can go in and we know that we're doing the right thing and we're getting somebody who's already agreed upon by the district. Or if we want to, have a taco truck or what, like, having a list of people that we can go to, that would make the kids and their teachers' lives so much easier. Because that is when a dance is coming up and there's no DJ, that is very stressful. And so I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there to kind of also look at it for some of the things that our students do that require us to get these contracts. Another example is a contract with someone who can be our lifeguard at the senior picnic. Being able to have a couple of people on hand so that if someone can't show up, we can make that switch as fast as possible and not be talking about canceling or rescheduling. That would be really, really helpful. So thank you for having this discussion and for even considering it.
Thank you. Board, any other? So where are we leaving this?
I would just say my contribution to the direction part would be to get the policies relevant emailed to us, even if you even include if we have a cup, I don't know if we have a cup policy. We do?
We have an informal bidding policy.
Fabulous. Send to me. I would like to read through all that, and then we can make sure that it's like in the spirit of the DNA of the whole thing.
I like that. And I do like the idea of having just anything that can make it easier for everybody. So I thought the idea of advertising in advance too, so that we have more ideas, I thought that was a good idea as well, just to try to generate more
I know it's
possible vendors.
no, never mind. I'm going to keep the conversation going. Never mind.
Okay. All right. I believe we're done with that particular item. So thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Jorn. And now we are moving on to risk assessment. And I believe this is you too.
Just want to make a quick note. We have 10 minutes. Do we think we can get through this in 10, or do we want to make a vote to extend? Or
yeah, what do you think you need?
So it would be a
15 to 20 minutes with discussion.
10:10 end time. Would folks be willing to consider?
I mean, I'll just make the thing about the motion is if we get done early, we just leave. But
Exactly.
we only get one shot.
Okay.
So I'm just going to make a motion that we're here till 11 and we're going to leave before that. But I'll make a motion that the meeting goes to 11 if we need it. It's an important topic.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to extend this meeting until 11 from trustee Carolyn and a second from trustee Otmar. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, so let's not go till 11.
I can be a little long-winded, but I will try to condense. This is a really important topic, as you all know, and I'm really glad that we did this. Bringing it back, trying to rush through it at a study session was definitely not the best use of our time. I'll preface it by saying what Dr. Adamson mentioned earlier. We had a wonderful meeting last night, about 2.5-hour meeting with our new District Advisory Safety Committee. Went really well. A lot of good discussion. And what I'm presenting you tonight was also presented to that committee last night with some recommendations for the board for consideration. And I'll get to that once I'm through giving you the highlights. So through the threat and risk assessment performed by MC Kimball and Associates, there was family staff community surveys that went out. Multiple interviews were conducted at the sites. And then, of course, we've been talking about this for some time, the level 1 through level 4 threat and risk assessment. And I kind of delineated what that means in the cover sheet, whereby they assess the facilities themselves. They do an aerial with drones. They do like a 2-mile survey around. They pull Megan's Law. There's a lot involved in that assessment. And you heard Michael Kimball present that assessment. So I won't go any further into the details. But out of that assessment was born the top 3 district concerns. Now, there were definitely more than 3 concerns, but these were the ones that rose to the top all the way across the board. The very first one, it rose to the top in every single survey that we read through, every single contact we had through surveys and interviews, was a visitor access management system at our school sites. Our school sites they are not uniform in the way visitors are received, the badging that they're using, and the way that they make their way throughout the campus. It's just not uniform. Our schools, I don't have my badge on me, I'm reaching for it. Our school district employees, we all wear badges. But some sites you go to, you sign in, you get an apple. Sometimes you get a lanyard with a badge. So this is really addressing uniformity in a badging system. The district looked at a number of different companies out there. Raptor's the one that we're referencing tonight. So what they can do is they would set up a kiosk at every single school site. There's also handhelds that can be used. You swipe your ID, your information gets pulled from that ID. There's a lot of information we can toggle on and off. For example, the very first bullet point, with the swipe of an ID, you can run that person through Megan's Law. And I'm not saying that that's what we're going to do, but I want to say that that's something that we could do, that when somebody walks on the campus and scans their ID to print out a badge for them, there are those checks and balances in place. There are vendors out there that we're looking at as well that could integrate a reference to a spreadsheet where we maintain fingerprinting. So again, there's multiple layers in just checking in a visitor on a campus, and being able to toggle on and off those features, I think, is really important for the district to have. It was certainly important for those that responded to the surveys and during the interviews. Check-in and out process is very simple. It's just a scan, you print your badge, you put the badge on, and you're cleared. The badges, there's a variety of different badges. Some of them will, after time, bars will kind of appear through the badge, right? So it means it's been invalidated, or some of them will actually, the ink will kind of start to disappear. That's what they have at the County Office of Education. What we're presenting tonight is having the visitor control, management controls at each one of the school sites. Minimal cost to the district, $33,340 for implementation, training, and setup. And then just around $24,000 a year in ongoing costs for licensing, for for your printing reels and so forth. So that's not too bad to do at every single one of our school sites. It gives us kind of a uniform process for check-in and check-out. The second item was the enhanced training for safety. Now, this encompasses everything I have here, A through E. Every one of these are actually statutory obligations the district have. We talked about this when Mike Kimball presented. For the start of the 24-25 year, we would like to have ICS, Incident Command Systems training 100 through 300 as part of the Keenan training that our staff already goes through. It does add additional time. We're going to have to figure out the component of additional time, but it is a mandate, and it's something the district's going to pursue in the 24-25 year. ICS 300 through 800, those are admin training, high-level incident command structure admin training. We're going to implement that next year as well. We can do this with another entity outside of Keenan. Keenan does not offer this training for us, so it will be contract service. Campus supervisor training. This is a required annual training for our campus supervisors that we've not been doing and we haven't been compliant with. We did partner with Monterey Peninsula Unified School District this year. There's a contract whereby they have 50 licenses, and our staff can go over and be trained. Actually, it's virtual, so they just get a license and they do it online. And we will continue to maintain this moving forward. I'm trying to work with Carmel as well to partner on a more efficient cost-saving way to do this, so that all three districts can buy one set of licenses and work together collaboratively on the virtual training component. And then we would like to have a half-day in-person training with the campus supervisors at all of the school districts, so that they can meet, they can discuss. So that's the second component. Active shooter training, intruder training. That's another training that we're proposing to bring forward to train our entire staff on. It's already is built into a component of Big Five, but this is kind of a next layer, specifically associated with more tabletop trainings, like tabletop scenarios, right? Not live action type trainings, but walking through scenarios. And the last one here is the multidisciplinary behavioral threat and risk assessment training. That's something that this district needs to build. We need to build the threat and risk assessment for behavioral health teams. And you can see here there's a cost associated with that. Just to quickly highlight, year one estimated costs are just over $35,000, year two, $73,360, and then year ongoing is, I'm gonna have to move this thing here, sorry, $10,000. So it tapers down, right? So we're going to spend a lot to get our folks up to speed, and then it's kind of maintenance training thereafter. So that was the second item that was brought forward through our survey. The third was streamlined communication between the district and the community. This is no cost. This is just something that we need to work on as a district office staff and a communications team. Some of the things that were discussed last night were how important it is to get an initial immediate response to incidents, not wait. It's important that we have multi layers of our communication, but the very first layer should be immediate response. This is what's occurred. Everyone's safe. More details to follow, right? Followed up with additional details, and then finally followed up with an after action report where the district's met with law enforcement, if law enforcement was involved, to develop a potential mitigation plan moving forward for any of the incidents that occurred. This was a big discussion last night with our committee. The committee was very, actually, what's the word I'm looking for? They spoke very highly of the district as it relates to communication as a whole, how we communicate. The volume of communication tended to be an issue with the committee members last night, which is made up of our community members, teachers, and parents. There was some discussion last night about having multiple platforms for communication, right? We receive a catapult message and we don't know if it's because it's donuts with mom, or it's, you know, we have somebody on a campus, right? So there was some discussion about that. And the district's going to look into that as well. Before I move on to the top 5 site-specific concerns, I will say that the consensus from the committee last night was to fully implement in 24-25 each one of the top 3 concerns. Visitor access management, implement all of the enhanced training for staff, and of course, the district's going to be working on our internal communications as well. With the consensus of the committee, we're bringing that forward tonight as a proposed solution for the district to implement in year 24-25.
You want questions now? Or do you wanna go
Yeah.
through
So we'll stop there and then we can go through the top 5 site concerns.
I had 2 quick ones. The training costs, I mean, you're adding more training. Does that, and I know we discussed this a little bit, but does that include admin days? Like I mean, do we have enough admin days to get the training done, or is that gonna?
So if we're talking about admin doing training.
I'm sorry, I'm saying,
Have
you're
to
probably
be-
using the wrong term. I'm thinking like the times we have
Yes.
in the calendar for the teachers to actually do the
We're
training.
going, we have to address that. Yes, there's not enough time, especially for the ICS 100 through 300 training. I believe I did it. It took me about 2 hours. So yeah, within that day, there is not those 2 hours. So that's something that we're considering. And I have figured in the cost impact of that. I've also built it into the budget for next year already.
Awesome. Okay, the other one I was gonna say, on the comms one, like I was thinking about the incident. I love the idea of having the option for, there is an incident, here's what happened. Like everyone gets that. It would be great if you could text one to get further updates. Because the problem is that, like, yeah, I mean, some things like you're saying, if it's a donuts on campus, I may not want a further update about that. But if it's, you know, and not all parents might want to hear if there was a intruder on the campus, you guys took care of it. I don't need to hear anymore. Like some parents might not want to hear more. So having that ability to phase in and out, you know, as they come out might be useful.
Yeah, and what we talked about last night was using the system that we currently have, being more strategic in what we put in the subject line. I mean, that was just the initial discussion, was be very strategic in what you put in the subject line for those that receive a text message, because it's the first thing you see. If it's donuts tomorrow for mom, they're not opening the link, right? If it's a safety emergency or a safety update with more information, the staff and the parents want to see that. They want it quickly accessible. So
Yeah, I'm just thinking the time, like, you know, if I get a text that says safety update, and then I get another text that says safety update, and then another text, and it's all the same incident, like I could see a parent getting who doesn't have the time to dig in. So just trying to figure out how you know, embed those, sorry.
That was one of my questions as well. It would be great, I don't know if it's even possible, is to not have it coming from Catapult, to have it come from PGUSD safety or something like that. So, because I might, if I don't have my phone and if I'm at work and I get it on my watch, all I see is Catapult Connect. I don't even get the full subject line.
Oh.
So I might get donuts for mom and I'm like, oh, come on, you know? I mean, I love donuts, but I just, if it could come from a different, I don't know if it's possible, but from a different
platform. Yeah.
Because I can't check my email when I'm at work. So I rely really just on text.
So we're going to look into that, because that was another recommendation that came out of the committee last night.
Okay.
Right. We had a lot of parents in the room, and that was what you're saying was we hear that loud and clear.
Okay. And then my second question was, when we're talking about a kiosk at the front for each site, will there be a live human that's manning that kiosk? Because you want to compare the face to the ID. So someone's not just walking in and scanning Joe Schmo's ID that they know is, you know, or cousin Bob or whatever. And the face doesn't match, so that there's actually going to be a match face to ID.
Yeah, it has to be managed. Absolutely. So we'd
Okay.
be using so similar to somebody coming on site and signing in front of a staff member. That's exactly what we would be doing.
But there'd be an ID.
It speeds up the process, right? But it also gives staff the ability to, so at Forest Grove, for example, somebody walks up to the fence, right? They can hold out the handheld, swipe the card. There's a barrier at least between them and that individual before they let the individual on campus, right? So
Okay.
that's another layer that we think would be helpful for our school sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we should let Josh finish and then take the
Yeah.
comment if you're bringing up.
Yeah.
Finish the whole Okay,
Well, there's a public member who
Okay.
wants to ask a question, but I think we should do the public.
sure. Okay,
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
should I move on to the top 5 site?
Carolyn,
concerns?
did you
Sorry,
have
Carolyn.
anything at this point yet?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So then we quantified the top 5 specific site concerns, and you're going to see actually a couple of the sites have more than 5. And you're going to see kind of a theme. I'll just cover that right now. Pretty much the number one concern, just like the number one on the district wide, was visitor management, right? So that was the number one at each one of the sites. And then we kind of get into a theme of perimeter boundaries and fencing potentially. You're looking at Forest Grove right now where there was a discussion that rose to the top about power backup, emergency backup power. The radios, really this leads just to communication, additional layers of communication at the school sites, layers of redundancy. And then at Forest Grove Elementary, there was a request for an additional campus supervisor. Quickly, I'll just talk through the updating of the perimeter fence south border that came up, and that's the fence that borders the homes to the south. It's a 6-foot fence. It's a little bit tattered and worn. There are certain areas where it's been bent and it's low and so forth, and it's kind of buried in the woods and nobody really looks at it, right? So that was this item that was brought forward. The emergency power backup solution, dedicated what we're proposing is a dedicated portable generator that could power office operations. So it would bring up our fire alarm system, right? So we can hold a campus without a fire watch. It would give us our phones. It would give us internet. So we would have connectivity. Beyond that, to provide generated power backup to that campus, that's, as most of you are aware, I mean, that's like, it could be $5 to $8 million plus entire facility infrastructure for electrical. So we felt like this was just a good compromise to make sure that the site always has connectivity, always has an operational fire alarm, right? And that the office staff has the ability to work and communicate with parents. Robert John Elementary School, the second item actually, is John still here? We ordered the buzzer and camera system similar to what was done over at the middle school, and that's being installed or has been installed. I haven't been over there in a couple of weeks. It's not installed yet. Okay, it was ordered. Expansion of camera coverage. So we have cameras at every single school site in the district. This is just one of those that rose to the top for Robert Down, kind of the dark areas of coverage where we're just missing coverage. So this could apply to every single school site. This right here began a very large discussion within the group, not prefaced by me, but by members of the public about AI, geofencing, and analytic cameras. We talked quite a bit about that for some time. There was actually a couple of parents in the room that were quite experts in this topic area. So the question was, if you're upgrading cameras on the school site, are you upgrading those cameras that can accept AI? And the answer is yes. The AI runs in the background off of a DVR, a server. So when Lewis is going through right now through Measure A and updating cameras, and he's also not only updating and upgrading existing cameras, but installing new cameras to cover those coverage areas, the lack of coverage areas. We know that if the district wanted to pursue AI down the road, we have the cameras in place, the head-end equipment that could accept that technology. There was also a recommendation for a campus supervisor. Spruce Avenue barriers, which include removable bollards. So that's at the Spruce Avenue gate, the double gate with the fire lane. Something very simple for the district to do, installing removable bollards, giving the keys to fire service, them having a Knox box key there. We'd have to engage with the city on this, but again, kind of a simple solution so that you can't have a car run through Spruce Avenue gate where the students are playing. Again, radios came up, but when we talked last night, it kind of more went down the path of layers of redundancy, maybe not just handheld radios. Like we really need to explore our use of Google Suite, Google Chat, discussions about cell phones and POTS phones, which we don't really use anymore, which are landlines. But multiple layers of redundancy to communicate within the school site is really what we're looking at. So I quantified that here. And then so you can see training. Training was another big one that came up at each one of the sites.
I have a quick question on that. No power backup needed for Robert Down at the same $5,000 level, just for fire alarms and such?
It didn't rise to the top, right? Didn't rise to the top. However, absolutely. Why would we? I mean, it really would be simple to buy multiple portable generators to power single systems at a school site.
Right. I'm just thinking in the case where you have good enough weather,
Yeah.
you could potentially have, some students on site, at least for.
Yeah, I mean, my thought, and we'll get to recommendations in a bit, but is, I mean, if we're going to do something like that for one, we do it for all to maintain systems, right? And it's not a substantial amount of money, but when we get to the end, we're going to see like how this has all been quantified. Pacific Grove Middle School perimeter access controls again. This is something that came up for the middle school, second floor alternative evacuation routes. So we're proposing a professional services contract to simply come in and evaluate, right? There's 2 sets of elevators, one of them doesn't work. There's 3 sets of stairs. What's an alternate route for evacuation? I don't believe this was referencing fire. If there were a lockdown, how do students get out of the second floor, right? So our solution is to develop a plan, right? We don't know what that looks like yet, but you can bring an architect firm in and designer, there's ADA accessibility issues and come up with a solution. So we're just thinking, hey, we can start to pursue something. This was identified, we need to come up with a solution for it. Number 3 at the middle school was anti-collision bollards and fencing. So pretty large cost there for anti-scale black fencing for the perimeter of the campus. $46,000 for bollards and other vehicle barriers at strategic locations. Now, this was also discussed quite a bit at the meeting last night with the safety committee. And what came up through interviews was there's a concern that, especially on Forest Avenue and even on Fountain, you know, a car could jump the curb and run into students, right? So strategic barriers such as there are planters, there's lots of things the district can install that is not fencing that are barriers. They make planters that are bollard planters. They look like a planter. It doesn't look like a whole bunch of bollards spread around the campus. So I kind of quantified those costs here based on what came up in the interview, which was one area on Fountain and then on the front of Forest Avenue. Again, the handheld radios or another layer of redundancy in communication and training. At the high school, improved signage already underway. And what I will mention about that is that all of the school sites right now are going through the exact same process that the high school went through with signage. So that is identifying buildings, large lettering. This all came out of the threat and risk assessment because law enforcement and fire, when they come onto a school site, they need to know that they're going to building B, right? And it's hard to identify that on our campuses right now, not only on foot, but in the air, right? So it's really important for us to do this. We developed an entire scope of work. The very first school site that received this was the high school. But this summer we plan to roll this out. Is John in the room? Yeah, to all of the school sites. Yep. Okay, and I'll move on. Again, kind of the same thing. Layers of redundancy and communication. How can we communicate better? If not by radios. It did come up from teachers. Yeah, the radios are great, but the batteries die in a month, or unless you leave it on your base station and then you can use it. So another way to communicate aside from the radios, I did quantify the cost of the radios and the replacement cost of batteries because this is what we would be spending if we were just maintaining radios as one layer of redundancy. David Avenue school site, this includes community high school, the special ed preschool, special ed and state preschools. We also have North Monterey County Independent Study there. On this school site, some of the things that rose to the top were perimeter access, perimeter controls, updating locks. That's already being done at the site. Also, there was questions about fencing, eloping of students and so forth. We've already addressed that. I didn't put it on here, but that's something that also came up. If you go to the site now, you'll see that there's a fence out front of the preschool area. And then again, discussion about radios. If they can communicate on site well, but can they communicate with the charter school that's next door, that's their partner on the campus? How well can they communicate with the high school, who's the admin in charge for that site? So that's a discussion that ensued last night related to that site. Pacific Grove Adult School and preschools, a little bit more of the same. Updated locks and controls, no cost, already in the district planning. Anti-collision bollards and fencing. What we're looking at here for chain link fencing at the perimeter of the campus is to eliminate the 3-foot fencing over at the preschool. I mean, it looks really nice for a playground, but it doesn't take much to jump over a 3-foot fence. And those are some of our little babies over there. So this is one of the things that rose to the top. Also, bollards at the bollards and vehicle barriers at strategic drive locations. There's like 3 or 4 ways you can get onto that campus. And none of them are relatively secured at all. You can just drive right on and drive a car right onto the play area where students are. So we've quantified those costs here as well. Again, expanded deployment of site radios and training. So getting down to the end here, I wanted to just quantify everything so that we have kind of an idea to frame this of what we're talking about here. So for facilities, one-time facility cost for the 24-25 year, and I will preface by saying this is not in the budget, right? But when I developed this, this is something that I wanted to quantify. But a low estimate means, for example, I stripped away for middle school, I stripped away the site fencing, but we did all the bollards and vehicle barriers, right? For the high school, we stripped away the front fencing, but we included the back fencing. We talked about that at a board meeting, kind of shoring up our strategic locations. So that's what I'm talking about when I say low estimate and high estimate. So on the low side, just around $800,000 in one-time cost. On the high side, just around $1.1 million in one-time costs. And the annual ongoing cost of the unrestricted general fund, the 235,461, that's associated with anything that's ongoing. So if it was a campus supervisor, that's an FTE, that's ongoing. Licensing for radios, that's ongoing. Maintenance and upgrade for radios, those are ongoing costs. And remember, the 235,461 would have an escalator associated with it. Then we get into training costs, which I talked about earlier, but just to quantify district, year one cost, 75,000, year two, 25,000, and then we're tapering down, right? Because we're getting to that maintenance level of training, 18,000 for district-wide training ongoing. So if we maintain and we don't miss, we're anywhere between $15,000 and $18,000 a year. If we miss a year and we have to retrain, the costs go up. It's just kind of how it works. It depends on how many people we train as well. And then just to look at the totals here. So low end, just under $900,000. High end, just over 1.2. And then of course the district ongoing cost. I just want to go through a couple of things the district is bringing forward for the trustees to consider. No action on this tonight. This is an informational item, but you know, how are we going to fund some of these projects? There's a possibility of funding some of the one-time costs under Fund 14 and Fund 40. We could also defer the $200,000 to each fund out of the general fund and pay for some of this that way, right? In lieu of building up our fund balances in Fund 14 and 40, that's a potential possibility. If the general fund were to absorb additional FTEs, we're going to have to, that's going to increase the cost of the general fund, which would reduce the amount of money we're able to shift to Fund 14 and 40 as a potential solution. Funding some of the one-time costs through Measure D Series C, which would reduce the Measure D Series C or D project list significantly, around $1.2 million. That's a possibility, right? Reshift the focus, reshift the priorities. I think safety is a priority that we want to put up at the top. We could look at a multi-year approach in lieu of an all-in-one approach, right? So a phased-in approach. And then as it pertains to barrier considerations, I think we still need to look more into, especially after the discussion that ensued last night with the safety committee, at analytics with cameras, because they were really talking about some really neat stuff last night about facial recognition. You can upload somebody's face into the software and it tracks that person. They know it's a parent, so the system won't even track them across the campus if you so desire. You can gather that information by using the visitor management system where you scan your ID, you get their name, you get their picture. It goes into a database. Now, this is all discussion. I think that we need to pursue this further before the district's willing to move forward with, let's say, $500,000 in fencing. Maybe because we have the camera systems in place right now, that can do something for us as well. It could do more than a fence. So I think we need to consider that as something we look into further, and we just haven't had the time to do that yet. Lewis and I will be looking at that this summer. There's a lot of vendors out there that do this. This is not new technology. It's been around for a decade. And as I mentioned earlier, and I'll close with, the recommendation of the safety committee last night was to fully implement the top 3 district-wide concerns for the 24-25 year. And that is the modification to our communication practices, implement all of the new training as required by law, and install the visitor access management system at each one of the school sites. Now open for questions.
Yeah, so let's bring public comment in from online first.
Are you calling on me, Brian?
That sounds like Ms. Shamas, right?
Yes, it is. Good
Yes.
evening. I've been watching. Okay, I am very interested in this because number one, of course, I live across from the high school, so I watch a lot of comings and goings. And I think one of the things I'd like to recommend is that as part of the plan, you include neighborhood watch type of component that, I mean, just on my street alone, on my block, there's at least 4 or 5 of us that are retired. We're here. We're accessible to be watching at different times. I would like to be included in training. And I think at each school site, if you invite the neighbors that are, of course, trustworthy, but neighbors that are there and are interested, and form like a neighborhood watch type of group that can give you that kind of feedback that, even cameras can't give you. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times or what I see going on just at the stadium, because the stadium is so far removed from the main campus. So, there's not that many people down there as far as staff. And I see some things going on, and sometimes I report it up to the high school if it seems a little sketchy. But that's my recommendation, that include the neighbors as part of a training, because they can really be helpful to you. And let's see. Well, I'll just go to my other age-old quest, and that is just to remove parking in front of the middle school on Forest Avenue between Hillcrest and Cenex. To me, that's a safety issue, because there's just no real room to get out of your car when cars are coming down the hill. So that is my contribution for tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Lewis, we have one other person online still. Molly, let's bring in Molly. Molly?
Why is it
No.
not? Okay. Can you hear me?
We got you now.
Okay, perfect. The clock's ticking. Okay. Thank you so much for doing all this work. I appreciate the amount of work that you put into this. And I also, know that, like, before what was stated that, 70% of the students didn't feel safe at the school, and, not to worry about that. But, according to the national average, 79% of families actually don't feel safe sending their kids to school. And so with Pacific Road Unified School District feeling that 70% of their children feeling not safe going to school is actually lower than the national average. And so even though that's a high number, it's still lower than the national average, but it's still really important to do this work to keep the kids safe at school. And it's long overdue and to keep up with the times and what's going on. And I mean, 4 years ago, I wrote an advocacy report that I don't know if you remember, that I sent up to the board on mass shooting incidents and, threat assessments, and everything that I wrote in my report, is, the trainings and things that need to come to pass is now coming to pass. And so I'm really glad that now I'm seeing this work being done in the district. And also just be mindful. It's good to include community members, but also if the community members have the input, the background checks should be made. There can be bias as well. And I'm just going to say that because sometimes, if there are individuals involved in an incident, there can be certain biases made about certain individuals involved where, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And so, yeah, anyway, thanks for doing the work and I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much. Anybody else online, Louis? Anyone in the room with public comment? All right, let's go. Yes.
I agree with, I like visitor management systems. One of my concerns is, and it's something that got brought up before about, is there going to be someone standing next to the kiosk to make sure the person is the right person? And one of my concerns about a visitor management system is I can walk in and walk right by it. So I don't think the plan is to have someone standing there next to it, making sure it's the right person. I mean, a lot of the visitor management systems basically have an iPad with a camera on you as well as your ID. So that's, I think, going to be important criteria, but it's not going to stop the people who just walk right through. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to the board. For everybody hanging in there. Been a long day.
I can jump in unless. Well,
I
I want to give other people a chance.
Yeah,
I've been
you were
jumping in
grabbing
first
your mic.
often, so I'm happy to, and I will try to keep it quick. Two things on that. I'll say very frankly, I've not done the deepest dive, but I've done a bit of dive into does fencing actually protect schools? And there's plenty of studies if you start thinking about the SEL issues that we've been talking about, especially to some of the points that were brought up about, potentially minority students that have, faced more issues in the past, that's not a solution. It's a reaction in my mind. So I love the idea of exploring alternatives to fencing. The bollards, especially those that are planters, make a lot of sense. A car can be used in very bad ways, intentionally or even unintentionally. So I think that is the right way, but I'd really like the idea of the alternative. The funding worries me, frankly, just we talk about this and, this is a critical item, but it means something else has to give. And so, one item you didn't have on here, but was the idea that had been brought up previously about trying to put a bond on the ballot coming up. And is that something that could be explicitly stated within that, like as one of the goals of that bond, if it is such an important thing to our district and to our community?
So the language that was tested when we did the survey did include language related to safety improvement projects within the district, as opposed to the prior language, which we did test also. That language yielded a higher potential approval rate of the voters. So, yeah.
Is that it, Elliot? Laura?
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. So coming like to kind of, I can't even think anymore, but that's okay. I'm just going to get it out. Tail on to what you were saying. I do believe that fencing can make a difference because it can delay. It can delay somebody from getting onto campus. I also agree that AI is important in geofencing, but if someone's coming onto the campus and they can walk straight in or they can climb an easy fence, it buys you time, I suppose is what I'm thinking. And it also, as far as student safety, it may make students feel safer. And that goes a long way in being able to concentrate and focus in class. So that's just one thought. I know we're talking about safety of students, but I think it's also important that at the DO that there is badge access at the front during business hours. Of course, not when we're having meetings, but there's all of administration here, and this space needs to be safe as well. So if that's not been thought of, or if that's not happening yet, I would like to make sure that that's at least on the docket, badge entry here. That's all I have.
Trustee Carolyn.
Thank you. I'm not going to say I'm on the fence about fencing. I can see pros and cons with fencing. So I don't know what I feel like I'm not an expert in so many of these things being presented. I'm just really going off of like my basic parental experience on the campuses. So I'm kind of at a loss because I feel like we're supposed to give direction on this, but I don't know. So I feel like, I guess if the safety experts in Kimball are recommending these things, then we should do them. That's the short of it, but I do have some thoughts to tell you as well. So I really do I agree with Beth Shamas about removing the essentially painting the curb red on Forest in front of the middle school. We had a really sad accident happen there. A friend of mine's husband was killed, and so I just think that and I actually believe that the board at that time put in the cul-de-sacs on Fountain and Hillcrest for that purpose. So can we put that on the city/school district committee and talk about it? I don't think it's as simple as spray painting it red, but if it is, I'll be there. Yeah, I can do that. So I think that would be a real honor to what took place there. And then I didn't see in the safety report something that I've been concerned about at my child's school and other schools, which is the flow of people being able to exit the campus in a fast way. I saw middle school was brought up, second floor, et cetera. But was that in the report at all, Josh?
It wasn't brought up at all, and more likely than not, it's because the Forest Grove has a area of refuge for assembly, which is the two-tiered field area. But you're right, once you're up there, if that, like, the idea behind the area of refuge is if there's a fire, right? Where can we get to and assemble in a safe space?
Yeah.
But once you're there, there's only a couple of gates to get you out of there. So if that's what you're referring to, it wasn't in the report, it didn't come up.
Okay, so then like that's just kind of like brewing in the back of my mind. Like there's a couple other things I'm not going to bring up at this public meeting, but like maybe it goes into the safety committee meeting. I don't know. But so this is not the end all. Not that you said it was, but I'm concerned about certain things like that my layperson eye has seen. And then as far as all the things that are listed in this document, the one that actually really sparkles to me is campus monitors at every site. I think that is money well spent. I think having a human being at every single campus who is not armed, but is trained in their own facial recognition, like knowing who's on campus, knowing when something's like just a little bit off, you can't replace that with a camera. That would be like my number one priority if we had to choose where to put this money, which I guess we do, is the campus monitors. And that also folds into the campus communication, right? Because they've got to be able to communicate with each other in office, et cetera, et cetera. I'm curious how John Anderson feels about these recommendations. I don't think we've really heard in depth from you. So in a moment, I would like to hear from you. Neighborhood watch can go either way. I don't know if there's an expert on it, great. I'm not the expert on it, but I think that is a good point. I mean, it's a small community. We might as well maximize that. Side note, I know it's late. My dog got out the other day and I was like in Monterey. I called Beth Shamas and said, my dog is out running around. She rounded up 30 people. By the time I got back, I could see my dog zigzagging up by Forest Grove. There was cars, there was people like stopping traffic. Everyone was like trying to save this little wiener dog that was trying to get murdered by, it was just crazy. And I got there and Beth pulls up, she's riding passenger in this other car and there's another guy in the back seat. And I'm just like, okay, this is PG. So, if something happened, I don't know if we need neighborhood watch or we just need Beth Shamas watch, but like, we do have those key members of the community that are priceless. Also, something that popped in my head is like how desperately we need a facilities master plan because we could spend $100 and something thousand on fencing for the preschools, but then haven't we been planning for so many years to put the preschools at the adult school? Like, can we lift that off? I would say that's a concern of mine. Okay, so John Anderson, would you like to say anything? I would love to hear it.
I think I might risk getting in trouble here, but I'll speak freely. I'm not a real big fan of fencing. I actually shared a a video with Linda when fencing came up in her office, a YouTube video of 3 high school kids and an 8-foot tall fence that they were able to scale like that. Maybe we should share that with the board. I think if you saw that video, you'd probably say fencing's a waste of money. I mean, really, they can get over it in no time. The anti-scaling fencing that I suggested and pushed forward with Josh, if we were going to do fencing, we'd do that. It's extremely expensive. And, you know, it's still not, you can scale it if you're, you know, really good. I mean, we have athletes that could, you know, just clear jump stuff that's 8 feet tall. So I think determined people can get over them really quickly. So I really don't think fencing's the answer. The bollards, the planters, those are much better, but those are preventing cars, not people. Cameras, in my opinion, one of my places I previously was employed at had an excellent camera system that I'm thinking about taking Lewis over there to take a look at it, and it tracks people, just like they were saying. I think it's probably a much more valuable investment, in my opinion. As far as the security of our campuses, I think what I'd really like to see our monies spent on is, you know, updating buildings, like getting rid of the modulars, like we talked about at one point in time, and making those more secure buildings as we upgrade. I think we have a very aged school buildings that could be upgraded, and that security should be thought into that. But that is also a very expensive endeavor. So my opinion, no fences. Let's do something more elaborate with the cameras that I think will pay off with a higher dividend.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, so to summarize, I would love to see the painting red the curb on Forest at the city committee meeting, if possible. I'm going to bring up my own safety concerns. I'll bring it up to Linda at our next one-on-one and deposit those into the school system that way. Campus monitors, to me, having a campus monitor at every single site is number one. And I think the public would be proud of us for that, because I think the public thinks that having an SRO means that we have essentially a campus monitor at every site, and we only have one SRO. So that campus monitor, human beings on site, would be my number one.
Could I ask a quick clarification question on and I'm so sorry for keeping people later, but okay, good. The red curb idea, is that for parking or for drop-offs as well? Because I do know that's a popular drop-off spot, because especially with some doors being locked, students can sometimes only get in the front, not in the back, potentially.
I guess, the doors would have to be addressed then. But yeah, the
You
red,
want no drop-offs though as well, even from the front, because the drop-off you can pull up.
the drop off and
get off
the
safely.
pickup is when someone got killed there.
What is the person getting out of the driver's side there or the passenger side? I'm saying, because if you never get out of the driver's side of your car and people are just coming in, you're already on the curb. Oh, I think Buck has it.
We have an expert
Driver's
on
side.
that incident.
Okay.
Trustee Carolyn, you bring up a moment that's just hard for me to talk about. That was my first month on the job at PG Middle. And I'm not up here to talk about the red curb painting. I just want an accurate trail of what actually occurred. And so what happened, it wasn't at drop off and it wasn't at pickup. A parent had been called to pick up a student at around 10 in the morning. And so that was when, the accident happened. So I think that one of the things that came out in that whole situation is the dangerous time isn't necessarily drop off or pick up, because there's a lot of cars there and it forces everyone to slow down. The dangerous time was when there was a single car that was parked at the curb, and when someone that was under the influence of prescription drugs was driving out of control and really fast down that street. That's the circumstances that caused the accident. So just wanted to I don't know, let you know.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Can I also provide a little bit input on the fact that the safe routes to schools wasn't really it didn't come to the top, right? But that's something that we plan to discuss at the district and city safety, or sorry, not district and city subcommittee as like one of our top discussion points, because we know there's issues that exist at all of the sites with pickup and drop off. I mean, the backside of Robert Down Spruce, that's a problem. The front side of Robert Down Pine, that's a problem. Pick up and drop off at Forest Grove is a problem, even though there's a turnabout in there. We know that this is an issue, and that's why we're going to engage with the city on potential solutions. So I just wanted to mention that.
So maybe safe routes to school is the agenda item. Okay.
There you go. I gotcha.
Batteries die. We talked about that already, didn't we? Yeah.
Can I just ask, I'd say one last question. It'll be the last question for me. I promise. Okay. When it comes to facial recognition and cameras, who's gonna man that? Who's gonna be watching that screen? Because that's gonna have to be a full-time job of someone that's just a security guard, basically watching a screen. It reminds me of what Chomp does. You truly have somebody that's sitting at the screen. Is it? Oh.
I had this idea of approaching camera vendors with it, which is camera vendors have a database of faces, and it's intended to be faces that we don't want on our campus, right? And my intention, I approached a couple of vendors to say, I want to use that as a list of good people that we want on our campus. And anyone that's not in that database then causes an alert.
That would be like an alert, an alarm would go off
And
or
an email, essentially, to an administrator. The disadvantage of that is takes a lot of time to determine who we do want on our campus. So for example, when sixth graders go up to the middle school, then we have to shift all those people to the middle school and then to the high school. And so at the beginning of the year would be a large workload for somebody to say student, parent, but, and also someone responding to oh, that's a contractor, right? So I think it's doable. It's not one person watching all the time. It's a lot of programming the system to determine what faces we want.
Okay. And I just wonder how quickly though that information gets through, because if it's an email and there's someone on campus that you don't want to be on campus and everyone's in a meeting or it goes out through an email.
Yeah,
That's lost time. That's
go ahead.
I've seen these in practice at other school sites. And so let's talk about the high school, for example, because that's really the one that there's no fencing, right? There's no way to control. There's no single point of entry. The campus supervisors would have iPads, right? And they have the system up on their iPad, right? And they get an immediate notification that there is somebody right. And it will pop up and it'll have a map. It'll show where they're at on the map. It shows their face. I mean, this technology is pretty amazing. I had an entire demo done for me at MCOE. There's districts in our county that use this. There's districts all over the state that do. But you're right. You have to have people in place, right? So for the high school, 2 campus supervisors, right? But it also would notify our admin team, our AP and so forth. That's for the sites that don't have single point of entry. That's the way you manage it. The sites that do have single point of entry, if somebody's on a campus and they're recognized by a camera, it's like all hands on deck, right? If it's at the middle school and somebody's breached a fence and they're walking through a campus, I mean, these cameras can recognize if they're holding a weapon in their hand, how fast they're going. There's all sorts of parameters you can set up that trigger alerts. And it's something I think we should explore because we're a little bit behind on this, but the technology's been around for a long time.
Thank you. That makes a lot more sense to me hearing it like that. I lied. I've got one more. I just wanted to say, Trustee Carolyn, that I agree with you that I think having campus supervisors, having somebody on campus and hiring for those roles is important because I do think it's important to have human beings. It's not just a single SRO. I like that idea and I'll leave it at that.
No, I have it. This mic's working. Oh, you need one?
Just to say, I would love a creative idea to that. Like, I mean, I understand the idea of trying to hire one person per site, but I'm wondering if there's other ways to do that, whether it's parent volunteer, whether it's combinations of teacher, stipend type things, like for the times when they might not be teaching. I just want us to be creative, that we're not
Why? For money?
partially for money, but I also like that, I don't know necessarily that, do we need one supervisor? Do we need two supervisors per site? Is it better to have like 3 or 4 people looking at the different corner? It's one of these things that I just want to make sure we're doing it the best way possible, if that makes sense. I like it, but it's a lot of money to spend year in, year out.
It seems like to me the best out of all these options, because we're in like, I don't want to say caveman operation when it comes to our Apple stickers, but like we're in very entry level visitor monitoring right now. In order for the cameras to really be up and running and refined in a process that is effective, that I could see taking 1 to 2 school years. The campus monitor, I have a life there, I'm sorry. The campus monitor program, to me at the high school, I've heard nothing but positives. I think we should put our money where our mouth is and hire folks, because teachers have so many adjunct duties as it is. I don't want them to have this on their plate, because it's just so important to me to have someone with like one focus. And really and a radio with batteries, right? And eventually the campus monitor, perhaps they get trained to, be in conjunction with the cameras. I'm not against technology helping us out, but I feel like this is like a basic analog solution that we can have. Their roles can evolve, like they can become the person that checks the person. Like when I go to Stanford for my daughter, there's the security person who gives you that time, the name tag that blacks out eventually. Yeah. So we're always going to need the people for it. So I think volunteers ends up being free labor that I'm a big union fan, and I think you are too. And so I think that jobs that should be paid. So that's what I have to say about it.
All right. My turn. I'm not big on fences either. I like the idea of cameras a whole lot more. It's like you can see where somebody, you can just see where somebody is, especially as things get more and more highly developed. It's and fences can sometimes keep people in too. They can keep some of our precious students and employees, from getting out of a place that they need to get out of. So, there's so much else that's been said, and I don't want to necessarily repeat any of that. I do know a lot of these things need to get done, and I don't know how we're going to pay for it. That's, we have somebody on site at the high school already, right? We have 2 people, but we don't have anybody anywhere else. So, I mean, it's a huge campus, I know too. So, but training, that since we're not even in compliance, right, with our training right now, that needs to get done. That's not expensive to do, to make sure that everybody gets trained. And, the rest of it, I think we need to keep looking at it. There's a lot of stuff that is just going to be expensive, and we're not going to be able to do it unless we figure, we've talked about it before, but I'm going to bring up the B word again in this bond that we're talking about for the fall. That's a way that could make a tremendous dent in some of this, because there are costs in here too that will be involved with this that we're not seeing yet. And, so I'll end with that really. I don't have anything else more to say at this point, and at this time of the evening. It is 10:48 and I am brain dead.
Do you remotely have what you need from us?
I do. I kind of need some consensus from the board, at least for the district, to implement the top 3 concerns, which were presented tonight. That was the consensus from the committee last night. They're relatively easy to implement. That's the visitor management system. Of course, the training for the district staff and administrators, and then our communications plan. That's the only thing I'm bringing tonight forward for direction on, because that was the direction given to me by the committee last night.
I would say yes with the dollar signs, right? Because that's my main concern. I would do all of this tomorrow, pretty much, except the fencing, if we had the money.
So
I concur.
the entire plan is estimated at 1.2 million.
Correct.
This is gonna sound very petty of me, and then I promise I'll let this go, but I am so mad that we passed ABM for $5.6 million when that could have done this 3 times over. And I will stop talking about that, but I'm livid about that. So anyways, I'm fine with the top 3 being implemented. I'm a little hesitant with the Raptor visitor management system, because I see such value in rolling out the campus monitors. So however, because there were safety experts involved, I want to respect their recommendation. So I would just say, can we do 1, 2, 3, 4? And number 4 would be campus monitors, 1 campus monitor at all the sites that don't have them right now. That's what I would say.
So we have varying degrees of direction here right now.
I mean, I would agree. My preference would be to have 1, 2, 3, 4, add some additional campus supervisors to the campuses that don't have them. If it's a possibility. I mean, if we just start with 1, 2, 3, and maybe we could bring that back, number 4 back.
Yeah, the budget's built right now, so that's is the underlying problem with
Yeah.
ongoing costs associated with positions that don't exist. So that the 4 would be something we'd have to revisit. It's just not in the budget. We haven't developed that. We have to communicate with our collective bargaining partners on expansion of, right? There's more to that. So we do have 1, 2, 3 in the budget. I made sure to build that into the budget in our 5,000s for implementation in the fall.
Then it is what it is. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's sort of what I'd like to see 4 at some point.
Are there steps we can do for 4 right now?
Well, we could contract private security. That's not a position. The problem is then we get into a discussion with our bargaining unit about having some contracted service come in and perform the duties that are already being performed by a bargaining unit member. But it could be a potential, I mean, it could be a conversation, a negotiated conversation we have. I mean, the other thing that it was brought up tonight, but we have paid vacancy positions that just aren't filled. That's another thing I'd like to
Bless you.
work on. Bless you. We have reset. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'm getting tired of the yellow jackets. Yes. Each school site has, I think, 2 or 3 vacancies that just can't get filled. So maybe we can look at an improvement there. Like instead of a 1.25, it's, hour position, maybe it's a 2.5, which gets us before and after school. Maybe that would be more attractive for people to come on and work for 2 or 3 hours instead of 1. I think that's a solution we could potentially entertain, because the vacancies are already built into the budget. If I have 3 at all 3 sites, right, and we're not filling any of them, maybe we collapse them into 2 at each one of the sites, and then we take the residual savings and increase the hours, maybe, as a solution. So
Are there any, so we already have the existing job description because we have the position in the district, right? So the quandary with the union would be what?
are you talking about for the campus supervisors?
Yeah.
Yeah, adding any positions.
Just
needs to be
adding
negotiated.
a position. Okay. So you're saying there's vacancies and that's where you would find the funding? Is that what you mean?
There's vacancies for positions that exist already, and I would try and attempt to recruit and fill those positions and use some of the cost savings therein to bolster the positions to a higher
I see.
hourly, not hourly rate, but right now I think they're 1 hour, right? So it's really tough to get somebody to come in and do the work for 1 hour a day. So maybe we think about bringing them up to 3 hours a day. The positions exist, there's vacancies in the budget. It wouldn't be a budgetary impact. I'm just,
What are the positions?
what is it called? New duty supervisors. Thank you. Sorry.
So that could fall under the new.
Every site has vacancies. They're not filled.
Okay.
We can never fill them, it seems like.
I think you have the brainstorming power to bring that back to us, maybe just send an email to the board as an update or something.
So what I think we're hearing is the top 3 items, and we'll come back and take a look and see if there's a possibility of sweeping some money in different directions to address campus supervisors. Does that sound about right, good people?
Yeah, and then remind me when we could start the process for full-time campus monitors. So first we'd have to talk to the union about it and make sure that they're agreeable. And then we need to put it in the budget. Is that right?
Yeah, it would be next year. So I have, multiple times throughout the year where we do budget revisions. So what we would do is we'd have the conversation with our collective bargaining partners to determine the expansion of those assignments. And then if they're so amenable to that, then I would need to look at the budget and determine what the impact is to the budget, right? Because this is unrestricted general fund dollars that we would have to spend. There's no restricted resources to spend on these positions. So I do that evaluation and then I would bring back a budget revision to include those positions if they so fit within the budget.
And that would be like if all went well, what month would that be in?
Well, we do our first revision in October. Normally I do a revision in October to include the posting of revenue only, but then I do first interim reporting in December. So those are our first 2 checkpoints on budget revisions. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look. October, December.
I think that's it. We good? Because this mic is about to die.
You can skip future agenda items.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna adjourn this meeting. Thanks. Oh.
Oh, is it time sensitive? I didn't know it's time sensitive.
I didn't know, yeah.
We didn't notify any member of the, we didn't say it out loud.
We said CSE action, there's no update.
Cause yeah, I reported out on those 2 items already.
Is there,
We didn't talk about it in closed session.
Yeah.
No,
Was it on
yeah,
this?
it was gonna be at the end.
do you need anything from us on it or is it just an update?
Director Ariana, there is information you need to share with the trustees, right, on CSE and negotiations? If there is some permission, I don't know. Just doing it now.
Forward any questions. Yes, we do have quite a bit of. You don't mind.
Did you stay here all night to go back into closed session with us? I'm not you guys decide.
Well, we also put a deadline on this meeting at 11 o'clock. So can we even go? I don't think we can.
I think that's for closing out open session. I don't know. I think we could go back into close. I think we could go into close after it.
What would you prefer to?
I'd like to email that to you because for a minute, there's no way that we're gonna.
Yeah.
Whatever you
Yeah,
prefer.
well, thank you in advance for the email. And with that, we're adjourned.